Okay, testing, testing. Okay, testing, testing. Okay, testing, testing. Testing, testing. I don't hear my voice at all coming out of this thing. It's a bit strange. Let's try the other one. Testing, testing. Let's try the other one. Testing, testing. Okay, sounds good enough. I don't know. Maybe it's too hot. I'll pull it down a little bit. I don't know if these settings are any good, so I'll pull it down a little bit. I don't want to be blowing anyone's ears out. Let's do 3 decibels down. Hopefully that's good. I don't know. Okay, so I am not doing anything amazing today. I'm just working on converting over one of my projects to my game library. So if anybody's interested, they can just ask me any questions they want. And I am under Wayland today using OBS. So again, I'll have to go back and listen to the mic and stuff. I'm sure it's not great. Sorry about that, but just do the best we can. Okay, so, and I still have a cold, so I'll be muting and, you know. Okay. Think this. Think this. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So it looks like socket is good to go. This one probably has one typo in it. Down here, I changed the name of a function. Okay, that's all that needs to happen there. Now Rex, I'm not sure if I've dived into this one yet. Looks like I've set up the header. Although this one where it's returning a field, this is going to end up being a float because of the way that it's happening. New rect. These are going to be floats as well. Yeah. Because the floats are F floats or F recs. They're rectangles of floats. The original code was based on SDL2. This code has been ported over to my own library, and I believe I'm using floats for all this stuff. So it's kind of strange to figure out how to, like, I'm gonna be this is gonna be being called from Bash, so I don't want to use floats in Bash. So finding that boundary, that's correct. But I think I'm just gonna assume that it's floats right now because I know the frect. Where is it? The right here. This needs to be an frect, I think, or it doesn't work because it's used to draw the textures, and pretty sure that needs to be an frect. So I'm still gonna hold these for right now because I use an anchor system, so I still do need X and Y as a float. I was having them before as a float because to keep the precision, but also because I'm using an anchor point, so that still works. So these are gonna probably end up being floats. This is the part, like, it could go either way because I really don't want to send floats in from Bash. So should the function just bring in a float or bring in ints and internally switch it to a float. That's what I'm a bit wondering about if I should do it or not. Which way I should do that. It is simpler. I should do it that way. And then the question is should I return an int or a float back from this? I think my other that I switched over into sprites. Oops, I'll just go to the header to see the function. I did a float off that one. And the position and size, I am sending in a float. So right now I'm going to switch it over to floats then, but I may be switching it back later because the boundary between from bash to C, it's probably going to be ints. But I just have to make a decision and go with it. So let's just do these for right now as floats. Maybe they'll change later. I hope my keyboard is not too loud, but it probably is. Let's see. Yeah. I tried to get the quietest keyboard. I am not used to mechanical keyboard. I tried to find the absolute quietest one that I could find that was affordable for me, which means dirt cheap. And it's super loud. It's super loud. I don't know why people like loud keyboards. I don't like loud, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, so yeah, all these are floats. So we'll go on and start fixing up the. So I've done a little bit of work in here. Recalculate position. I'm going to be adding some safety stuff in. So right away, I'm going to just make sure that this pointer is good. At least it is a pointer. It's not null. So I don't try to dereference. That's all I'm going to do there. So I probably want a new and free up top. There's new. There's free. So I'll just put them right below here. Okay, and I'm changing the names of all these functions. For my old code base, I don't like the names that I use, so I'll just be switching them over. So I'll be changing all my ints over to N32Ts because I want to be precise about what I'm doing. So because in C, an int can be different things on different platforms, I just want to make a decision on that, and it'll always be that one thing. So I'm kind of leaning that direction as well. But here we got a problem too. This -1 is telling me if this is valid or not. Basically, that it's defaulting, I believe, to -1 if it's not used, which is fine. But we're not checking this pointer right here, which is no good. So yeah. This one, I'm not going to do an error message on this. Okay. Thank you. I don't know what it means, but cool. The I'm not going to do an error message on this because it's just a void thing. On the more complicated ones, when I'm creating new memory somewhere, I want it to give me a message when I'm failing. But this time, I just want to do the thing or it doesn't do the thing. So if the ID is invalid or the pointer is invalid, it's just going to return. So we'll just bang the G and then do that. We'll return out if our G is no good. So let me just look because this isn't looking the same. Let me just make sure I'm doing it the same way. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing here in the rect one. Oh, because this has an image in it. Okay. And then I'm just doing that. I see what's happening here. It's simpler when it's just direct. I don't need to do that. So this function name has changed. Yeah, and I believe that's all that needs to do for that. So that's fine. This one here, it's going to be checking both this pointer and this pointer right here. And I'm already doing that, so I'm just going to leave that. Did I even do it that way on the... I did this the same way up here. Okay. So that's fine. Just change the names. And I'm going to call this free all recs. Because this is freeing an individual rectangle that is in kind of my buffer by ID. And this is just going through and freeing all of them. Since there's no allocations here, it doesn't matter. But on the sprite one, there's allocations, so it's got to go through and destroy the images that are allocated. But for the recs, they're actually just, it's like they're still the part of the buffer, but they're not. They don't have pointers that are allocated inside of them, so I don't need to do anything. At least I hope that's what I'm doing. But I'm going to switch this over to my logging. So this will be this is my programming rainbow library and log info. This is just kind of it's very similar to printf, but I'll be able to redirect it. So if I want to capture it, or if I just want it to be in the output, or I want to capture it in a log file, you know. So it's my own kind of internal, but it's very much similar to like printf, but I can redirect it. So let's say all, and I'm going to call this what it is, which is an sgrect, and take off the s. Freed. That looks better to me. So that's going to be good. Hold on a second. So I want the new one to be next. So let's find the new. This one right here. Hopefully that's how I have it in the header. Let me check. Free all and new. Yeah. Kind of mentally, I'm trying to keep things the same. So when I'm looking at things, I know exactly what I'm looking at and know what it should look like immediately. So if anything stands out. If you don't know what this is, what this is this is a I've made a basically, how do you say it? If you have, would you be happy to recap? Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to recap right now what I'm working on. So you know how you can have for different languages you can have what's the name? I can't find the words now. Bindings. You can have bindings for different languages, right? So if I wanted to make a game in Python, I have the Python bindings for SDL2 or 3 or whatever it is called Pygame. And if I wanted bindings for SDL, but for Lua, it would be called like Love2D, if you're familiar with those kind of things. You know, and different ones. So those are bindings. So imagine if it's something similar to that, but it's not actually a binding. But if you were to want bindings for Bash, for like something like SDL2, right? So like kind of like Love2D thing going on, but you're not using Lua, you're using Bash. So that's the point of this. But they're not really bindings because Bash is not, can't directly talk to C like that and handle memory and stuff like that. So they're not, it's not considered bindings. It's what it is. It's like an interface or something. So it's kind of like I'm running a C server and I'm directing it with bash script. So the idea is that you write your game in bash and it's completely, all the logic is happening in bash 100%. And you are sending messages to the C server. So if you want to move things, or if you want to create something, you're basically sending a message to the C server, create this thing. It actually allocates the memory and a buffer for that thing, and it gives you back an ID. And so you capture that ID in bash, and then in bash you can, let me show you some scripts. So maybe it'll make sense. Here's some examples. So there's a game called Yellow Snow. This is bash right here. It also works in ZSH. So bash/ZSH compatible. And so what it does is the first thing up top here, you don't even need this bit of code in, but this has given me an option to run the server in different ways, because the most important thing is how fast you can talk between bash and the C server. The information is the bottleneck going between bash and the C server. Hold on one second. Sorry, it sounds like I swallowed a frog or something. So this information, you want it to happen as fast as possible. So I went down several different rabbit holes trying to figure this out. And if you ask the AI, it'll lie to you or hallucinate. And it'll tell you the fastest way to send information from bash to a C to a persistent C program, like a server side thing, would be to spin up a little C program and then connect shared memory. And that is, I don't want to swear, but that's the dumbest thing ever. That is the slowest possible way to do it. And that is what happens is bash needs to spin up a little tiny C client that then connects with shared memory to the C server. And then it needs to spin down. And you have to do that every single time you do a message. So if you say, well, wait, I didn't want to do this, then it's going to say, oh, okay, you know what? That little thing needs to stay persistent. So what you need to do is have your C server have a little C client that always stays running, connected with shared memory. And then you just need to make another C client that spins up each time and connects to that. And it keeps doing that. It keeps making chains and it just doesn't understand. It's the dumbest thing ever, because it takes a long time in computer world to spin up a little tiny client, even if it's very small. So that's this client option right here. There is also shared memory. When I say shared memory, this is only works in Linux, but you can make a, what is it, SHM, shared memory. You basically can dump information into a kind of a file pointer, and the C server can also be looking at that same thing. And so I use two things. I use a little lock bit and an information. And I don't spin up a C program to do that, to talk. What I do is I do it directly from bash. So from bash, I make I also contact this shared memory, and I set the lock and unset it and stuff like that. So let me just show you. I'm sorry, this is so these are the different things right here. So if you run one of these example programs and you said pipe, here is the pipe one. It's gonna just call that one, and that's gonna be the way that your program. This is gonna spin up the C server and communicate with it through this little script right here. And if you picked std in out, like it's literally using the in output, it's going to use this one here. And if I want to do a socket, it's going to do, it's a unit socket. Hold on. If you want to, so if you want to use a Unix socket, here we go. If you want to use shared memory, here you go, and a pipe. So the fastest ones are pipe and socket. These are both very quick, and the shared memory, very quick. I think the shared one might be a little bit slower. Web dev student, this is so hard for me, but yeah, well, the thing is I went down a rabbit hole figuring this out. So let me show you. what's it? I want to show a smallest one. So I have some stuff up here. Basically, if you're in Bash or ZSH, I need to massage it a little bit. I need to enable some stuff for ZSH so you can write the same Bash code for Bash or ZSH. And then so I'm basically telling it I'm going to run the C server, which is what I was working on here. So this is the code. This would be the binary of the code I was just working on, that C code. And I'm going to have a pipe. I'm going to store it in temp. And I'm just going to have this pipe called SG pipe to server and a pipe from server. So I have two little pipes and I need to know if it's been shut down. So this is just like when you were to make your own game, if you choose pipe, it's going to use this script right here to set up the server. So this is what's going to happen. And it's going to look for if it should quit. It's going to run this function, which cleans up after itself. Otherwise, it's going to spin up the C server, and then it's going to talk to it via the pipe. So that it's just 82 lines. So this is Bash as well. So what happens is if you were to go to this like Yellow Snow game, it says which way do you want to set it up? Okay, you pipe, and then we do the thing. And then these are just like you're making a game. So what's your width want to be? These are just kind of global constants. My width is going to be 800, 600 is my height, my player offset, right? All these things. These are just for writing a game, your globals. These are constants here. That's why I have read only on them. These are variables here, global variables. Not great, but you know, it's Bash, so we use global variables sometimes. And this game has falling snowflakes, so I keep all the snowflakes in a snowflakes array, which you can do in Bash and ZSH. And then you can use associated arrays for, say, I want to know if keys were pressed, if keys went from up to down. And these are specifically the keys I care about. So again, this would be my game. This is all my game code. This isn't the server. This isn't anything else. This is what, like if you're writing Love 2D, this would be your Lua code, would look like this. So this is all boilerplate for different stuff. And if I want to reset a flake, you know, I can say the X is 0, the Y is 0, and then I could put a random position. And this is where I'm sending the message to the server. So this is how I send messages to the server. I call this Bash function right here, which depending on what backend you use, what backend, if you choose client, pipe, or whatever. When we were looking at pipe, we saw this command here. Here it is, SG command. And it's going to depend on what type. If it's a get or a new, it needs an answer back. If it's an array or free, it needs an array answer back. So it's going to be different. Where were we? Let's see, get back to Yellow Snow. So all commands basically from Bash to the C server look like this. This one's specifically saying I want to set a rectangle position. And the X position, the Y position. I also have just position X or position Y if I just wanted to do one. And then I want to set it to this second. So when I call this function here, the second argument to this function is what I want to set it to. So somewhere down in my code, I'm calling that. So that's just a Bash function. Here, this is how I'm getting all my key presses. So I send a command to the server and I say, hey, I want an array, so that I know this is an array command, so I'm going to get back an array. I want an array of keys that have been pressed. And now these are the keys. It's going to say escape 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 space. And we see up here, escape 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 space, right? And so it's going to give me back the answer, and the answer is going to be held in this array. So now I'm going to associate the array to my associated array above. So in my game code, in my game loop, I will be able to, after I call this function, I will be able to look at pressed escape, pressed 1, pressed 2, whatever. And we'll see this in a second here if I scroll down to the game loop. So this is a while true loop. This is updating my game and also timing it. Make sure the timing is correct based on if you set it to 60 FPS as the default, or you can try other, you know, faster, slower, whatever. And so I called that function to populate my associated arrays of the keys that I was interested in. So the C server would send back those keys. And one of the keys is, did I press the escape key? If I did, I want to close. So here's bash. This is kind of an if else statement. This evaluates if this is true right here, if escape was pressed. These two ampersands say now do this, which is shut down the game, shut the server down, shut the script down. Everything's going to shut down now. If I were to press 1, I'm going to toggle full screen on and off, which is going to call a full screen function up there. So this is all bash. All the logic, everything is happening here in bash, but the communication is happening with this sg command always. So that's what I was doing. I'm making a C server that can take a bash script. So the bash script actually spins up the server, and then it listens and it does whatever the bash script tells it to do. So the bash script is going to be like this. This bash script would say, I want to load an image. Let's see it load an image here. That's a sound. Here's an image. So I want to load the white and yellow flakes. So I would send a command. I would say, I want a new image. This is saying I want something new. This is a command to the server. The new thing I want is an image. And then it's going to look for a file path. So this next thing needs to be file path. And if it doesn't get a file path, it's actually going to shut down and give me an error that that's not a acceptable file path or whatever. It's going to gracefully bail out. But if it does answer back, the answer back is going to be reply. So whenever it's an array answer, it's going to be array. And whenever it's a reply, it's a reply. So I'm going to take that reply answer and assign it to this. And what this reply answer is going to be from this function is going to be an index ID. Hold on. What's this say? The Marshall. I am a student in more in-depth talk in programming. I don't understand the how much part. So in my server handles memory management. So basically, it's got buffers of like, if you want to load an image, it's going to have a buffer for images. If I want a rectangle to draw that image with an image in a rectangle. That, or I even have something called a sprite, where I just pair up an image and a rectangle together in a different buffer, and it's a sprite buffer. So whenever you do anything like this, it's going to give you back an index ID. So you're going to store that ID like in a variable. That's my variable there. And so later on, when I want to draw this image, so since this is an actual image, I will need a rectangle as well. So later I will draw this. So let's look for yellow snow image and see where I draw it. So it's going to be down here in my game code. So right here, I'm actually drawing it. So this is draw image, and it's going to want, this command is going to say, okay, I'm drawing something. The thing I'm drawing is an image. Cool. I'm going to need 2 rectangles. The first rectangle is a source rectangle, and I can pass null in, and it'll say, cool, null means you want the whole image. And the second thing is this variable here, because I have an array of flakes. That array is actually just an array of rectangles. So this is the destination rectangle, and then this is the image ID. So this is the rectangle ID, and this is the image ID. This rectangle ID is inside of an array, and the image is just the thing. So the server will get a draw command for an image with a null source rectangle and an ID of a destination rectangle, and it'll look up that, make sure that ID is actually good to go. Yeah. It's not C. Sorry. This is bash. This is not C. This is talking to a server that is written in C. So somebody asked me to back up and show what I was doing. So I was working on this C right here, and they wanted to know what I was doing. So I was explaining this whole project right here, all this code you see, there's probably like 50,000 or 100,000 lines or whatever, I don't know. That's my C server that is using this whatever bash script. So let me open up a thing and I'll just show you what this looks like real quick so people can understand. And then I'll get back to coding C. I'm just going to open up another thing here. So since I'm working on that one, that's not going to work right now because it's not going to compile. It's not finished. I'm porting it. So I have an older project. Let's see. So that's in my game engine thing. I have a bunch of different stuff in there. And basically I have my own game library that replaces SDL and all that. So I'm porting that project over. But originally it was shell game, but it was SDL2 version. So this is the same thing. And you see a neural network here, just in case you want to write a neural network in Bash, you can do that too. But we have example, right? So there is a server right here. This is the server. And here's some Bash scripts. So let's try to run some of these Bash scripts. Let's see. I probably did some of these recently. Okay. So this one is a Bash script that actually runs a neural network and it plays the game itself. So this is the Yellow Snow game, but this is a Yellow Snow game that plays itself. So it's written in Bash. The neural network is also in Bash. The weights are just a text file of ints, and the images that you'll see, the video that you'll see, will be the C server that's written for SDL2. Okay, if it works, let's see. So it's telling me some metadata real quick before it launches the thing about this model, and this is the game running itself. So it just failed after 3, not very good. Let's see if it does better. Yeah. So this is, it's running itself. I'm not playing the game. So that the game you see is the logic is written in Bash, but it's talking to a graphics library, a graphics server that it makes the window and the images appear. You know what I mean? The Bash says where all the images are and what they are, and the C server makes it happen. So it's kind of like Pygame, but for Bash, or Love 2D for Lua, but for Bash. So that's the idea. So just in case anybody wanted to write a shell script for a video game, and we can make this go faster. Let's see. We're running it at 60 FPS. Let's see. There we go. This is as fast as it'll run. We're at about 300, you know. And this is running a neural network, right? That is written in Bash and is being evaluated in Bash. Yeah. So what did we run here? So this was a neural network that was actually trained in C, but I think I have a Bash trained one, but it's not as good because it's very slow to train a network in Bash. So this is a network here, and I'll show you the network. Right here are the neural networks in this folder. And so I'm doing this Bash one right here. And this is literally the network. These are the weights and the biases and the metadata up here in the front. Yeah. You'll see they're not floats because this all runs in Bash. So I'm not trying to do anything with a float in Bash because you can't natively do floats in Bash. So everything that I'm doing in Bash, I'm trying to use native tools, whatever's built into the actual shell. No calling terminal functions. So for the AI one, so I have 2 versions of this game. That was the AI one I showed you. Let me show you the non-AI version. Because basically it has no delta time on the non-AI. It's locked to every step is like moves 5 pixels. So when I unlock its FPS, it will go as fast as it can. There's no library for the AI. No. I'll show you the AI code in a second. It's very small and very short. So this is the same game, but not AI version of the game. This is just like you play the game. Oh, it's asking me what backend. Okay, so we can check out the different backends. So I don't know if I have the client compiled. Let's try it. Okay, so I'm gonna skip that one right now. Let's see. It's telling me what to do, so I was smart enough to tell myself. Okay. I guess I wasn't smart enough. Nothing to be done here. There really. Is it not there? Maybe I need to go into the folder. No, it's definitely not. Okay. Why did it say nothing to be done? Let's just go into the folder. So is my makefile jacked up? I haven't played with this in a while. Like I've been working on my, not this thing, I've been working on the library that replaces SDL2 and everything else. But what's it complaining about? I have a thing right here. So it says, is it all good? Oh, okay. So this is the game running with that client that I said was very slow. So what this does is every single time you see one of those messages in the bash script that has the SG command, it spins up this tiny little client C program that then connects to a shared memory to the persistent C server, sends it the message, and then it waits for the reply and then spins down. And it does it every single time. So let's see if we can get the FPS on the screen. There we go. So we're running at, you know, and this does use delta time, so it'll move at the correct speed, but it'll just be, it's running very slow FPS, right? This is terrible. This is what the AI says is the best route, although I had to figure out how to program it. It was terrible. So we could run the same exact bash script, and I don't know why it says bash. I guess it's just some kind of, it's not really doing that, it's just showing it. So we also have, what was the different backends? Shared socket. Okay, this is a funny one. So this one literally wraps the the C server, and it just sends information into the C server and pulls it out like it's standard in, standard out. Not a good idea, because if you ever have an error, the error message will come out. Like, so this is a bad idea, but it actually seemed to work. So I was surprised, but I would not recommend anybody doing it, because again, you could just randomly get some print F thing coming out of it, and then the whole thing's gonna go up in smoke. But this is, so this is you. Now let's see how fast this one is. If I put on the FPS, and so we could see this is running about 600 FPS. Yeah, the other one was running like 17. So nothing's changed on my computer, and this is single threaded. Both of these are single threaded. So was the AI one, it was single threaded. Okay, so let's see the other backend would be shared. Yeah. This one might be slow, I can't remember. Let's see. Oh wow, it's a lot slower. Yeah, that's quite a bit slower. So on that shared one, I'm literally doing like, it's so crazy. It was just me wanting to know what all these things would be like. I didn't know what any of these things would be and how they would work and anything. So I create a shared memory file, and I create two of them. One's so no library. Yeah. It's not GPU rendered. Yeah, it is GPU rendered. So when I say bash, the program is in bash. It's not rendered in a terminal. It's rendered in a this one is SDL2, so it's rendered in whatever SDL2 is using, which may be OpenGL or something else. The one I'm replacing it with is using OpenGL. So I do this crazy stuff down here where I'm literally like checking the lock status over and over. So I have two shared memory files. One's just a lock bit. I'm just setting it like 0 or 1 or something. And then the other one is the actual message. Here's the lock and here's the data. And so the data is going to be a string that I'm sending over or sending back, right? So I'm just manually this is from bash again, from shell, like using that as like I don't know what you call it, a mutex or something. Like I'm literally, am I allowed to write to the data or am I reading from the data? What am I allowed to do? And it's just this bash. This is the SG command. It's super long, so it is slower. So it looks like the very slowest one was the client, and then me manually doing shared memory. And then faster than that was the standard in and out, which is very fast, but it's unsafe. And then we have the Unix socket. This will be fast. Let's see. Let's get it up here. I'm recording the corner of my screen, so I always have to move things in place. And it's 400. Not quite as fast as standard in and out, but it's pretty dang quick. Oh, almost 500. And the pipe server is going to be the fastest. Pipe and in out are about the same. So the pipe one is the one I always use. And yeah, this is going to be similar to whatever a standard in and out is doing. So you can kind of see, I was trying different ideas for backend, so that's why I have these different things going on. Let's see some of the other. So I wrote a. So do you want to see the AI code? So it's very simple neural network. So this is what the network looks like. The different ones, they're going to be the same. This one has more layers. This has 4 layers. So there's more numbers involved, but they're all like this. They kind of tell you up front what they are, how many layers, and then there's the numbers. And they're all ints. They're not floats. So the way that this is trained, the ones that say C were trained with a C program, and the ones that say bash were trained with a bash program. To actually run through, this is a, what do you call this? An evolutionary neural network. So evolutionary, basically you run, I'll probably run a game 2 times, get the average of that score, but I'm going to run like maybe 40 games or maybe 240 games, each of them twice, and get the average of all of them, and then rank them, and then take like the top 2/3 or 50% or something like that. And then I'm going to take, of those ones I keep, I'm going to fill out the rest with a mutated versions of the ones I keep, and then do it all again, and do it like 1,000 times or 4,000 times. So for the C ones, you'll see that like some of these I ran through like 10,000 times. This is how many times, how many generations I went through. And this network was mutated 5,000 times. So even though it went through 10,000 generations, so if it was in the top, it doesn't need to be mutated. It just carries over the original version. So it only gets mutated when it's when it was in the bottom or whatever. Something like that. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. The original one doesn't get mutated, but if I need to fill up the bottom, I'll take the original one and mutate that one. So there'll be an original and a mutated version of the original. So this is how many times this specific one got mutated. There's some, and this is probably the score, but it's not averaged, I think, or it's accumulated. It's just some metadata. So yeah, so that's the network. So how do I? So the reason why I have more C than Bash is because the C ones can train really quickly. I can train like I can do like 1,000 games. 240 games, like 1,000 generations, running each game twice. I can do that in like a minute or 2 minutes or something like that. But in Bash, that would take like all day. It would be way slower. So I have a C trainer here, and then I have a shell trainer. So the shell trainer does exactly what the C trainer does, but the shell one is way slower. But the code is the same, which basically it's just running a stripped down version of the game without graphics. It's just running that in massive parallel loops, and then getting whatever's the best one, and then choosing how they're ranked and picking only the top ones, and then mutating to fill in the bottom part and stuff like that. Let's see the code on actually running this, which is in this AI one right here. You'll be surprised at how small this code is. So just some basic stuff up here. You need to feed it a network or it's going to complain. Basic global constants, global variables. This is for some of the AI parts, because we need to take that file that we loaded in and we need to fill it out, how many inputs, how many trials it had and everything, so it can print it out to you. And some of the stuff it needs to know internally, like how many layers it has and stuff like that. The arrays is for flakes array. So I have flakes, and then I have flake X, flakes Y. Hold on. Inputs and outputs. So the inputs will be, for the neural network, they're going to be where each flake is relative to the snowman. That's going to be inputs. The outputs is going to be move left or move right. It's 2 outputs, but only one of them will be active. So this code kind of looks similar. Doing the music, FPS stuff. It's a little bit different. Printing out things. Now we get to the game loop, and we're looking to see if we pressed escape and full screen or not. All that stuff is the same. And then we get down here, and this is getting our inputs. So I think it lets me override if I press left or right. It's going to let me override some inputs, I think. But I usually don't do that at all. But right here, this is getting, basically, for each flake, I'm getting a relative position to the snowman. So, because the snowman doesn't know where it's at, but it needs to know there's a flake like 50 to the left or 50 to the right or something like that, right? So, and these will be the inputs. So this is me getting the relative position from the flake to the snowman. So for this that I'm actually showing right now, it's rendering with SDL2. What I was actually programming before I started explaining what this was is for my own library, which is not SDL2. I'm using, I wrote OpenGL from scratch, and I use, I have my own backends. I'm using XLib, XCB, Wayland. I also have wrappers around SDL2, SDL3, just for the window drawing part, not for anything else, and GLFW. So that I could take it on a Mac or something else, or I don't know, maybe Windows. I don't use Windows. But I've written my own image loaders and mesh loaders, and everything is like from scratch, basically. But I'm showing the SDL2 version of this Bash game right here. So the Bash thing doesn't care what it is, actually. This Bash thing is the exact same no matter. It doesn't care the backend. So here is the actual, so this was getting the inputs right here. Like I said, just the relative position of each flake to the snowman. And down here is the actual, this is the neural network running right here. See all this code right here? That's it. That's the entire thing. These are all the hidden layers running. And then this is the output. And that's it. And this is deciding if it's going to be left or right. And this is just, this is telling the, how to move the player. This is just the command to the server to move it. And this is just updating the flakes. This has nothing to do with the neural network. This is just telling the C server to draw the flakes and stuff like that, wherever they need to be. So that's it. So that little AI thing I was showing you running, that whole thing is 400 lines of bash. That's the entire thing. That's the game and the neural network running. And then you pair it with one of those files, which we could say the C, what was the first one right here? Pair it with this file, and that's it. It is running the C server, but the C server is only to draw a window to get inputs to be able to display stuff to you. The logic is happening all in bash. Okay. So yeah. So I could show you what I was working on. I'll move this out of the way. So this thing that I'm working on here is the replacement. So this will be the exact same as shell thing. It's the exact same. Nothing's changing there. This right here, this code right here, I called it shell game. So the other one was shell game SDL2. I'm rewriting it, making it a little bit better, and I'm not going to be doing string, tokenizing strings. I'm instead replacing with my own string view library. So I can do that kind of stuff easier. But this stuff is all being rewritten and replaced, and I'm using my own library, which is, so this is the C server, but the library I'm replacing with is this library right here. So this library handles, I can do some 2D and some 3D kind of drawing with this. The 3D is just, I just want to see if I could do it. It's not really filled out very well. But 2D stuff, so what I can do is I can create a window. I can create an XLib window, an XCB window, or a Wayland window. Or I can have an SDL2, SDL3, or GLFW window. So the window part is the only thing I care about. Somehow I need a window. And the window actually has mouse input and keyboard. So that's all tied to platform. Whatever draws the window is going to probably be dealing with your keyboard input, your mouse input, and stuff like that. So in Linux, these all use EGL to do the OpenGL. Like if you want to do OpenGL, these are EGL windows. If you ever did like, what do you call it? Vulkan, it would be different. I'm not trying to do Vulkan right now. So all of these are, let's go over here. Whoops, let me just save this so I don't lose it. I'm just going to close this off for a second. Shell game, PR, yeah. Okay, so this library, let's just launch something. I'll show you what it looks like. So we got asteroids. Yeah. Oops, not full screen. So this is asteroids. This is running completely on my own library. I can't remember what backend I used. Are you going to tell me? So I don't remember what backend this one is running. It might be XCB right now, because last time I streamed this, I was in X11, not Wayland, but I am in Wayland right now. So this is a window. I can maximize it. I can full screen it. I can grab it around. Like if I grab the corner here, yeah. And what happens is my render says I'm this size, and it doesn't care about what the window is. Initially, they're made to be the same size, but if I change the window size, it just scales the render inside of it. So that my library just does that automatically. So this is a 2D render right here. And so to display this image here, the background image, I actually I don't have an image loading library. So what I do is I just load TGA images, which are very simple images. They have just a header file, and then they just have the pixel information. So I just load that directly. I just check the header file, make sure it's good, and then I literally load the pixels into my own kind of surface thing. And then I can convert that surface over to an OpenGL texture, and that's what you're seeing here. So these are all TGA images. Even this loading this Windows icon is loaded as a TGA surface. Over here, this font rendering was actually really hard for me. I am using Sean Barrett's header file, his single header library or whatever you call it for, it's like STB true type, I think it's called. So I'm just wrapping his right now, but I have kind of started rewriting his as my own version, but it's like going to take me a long time. It's a very, to render font is very hard. It's a very difficult task. So that is like an ongoing thing, but at least like I got stuff now that I can, you know, and I'm using OpenAL. I'm not going to try to write my own audio thing because again, it'd have to be platform independent. Would be, so I'm just using OpenAL for audio right now. And it's very simple. I just have sounds. Let's see. So all that stuff is being, you know, like done like that. And let's see what the back end of this is. Can't remember. Yeah, so it's XCB. So what we just saw was I was using the XCB backend. So when I look at this over here, when I go to compile this, it's going to compile these, all three of these, and this one, and this one up here. All of these are like a backend target. So it's only going to compile one of those. So these codes, these are the same. So we see keyboard and platform. And if we go in here, we're going to see keyboard and platform again. But this is the XCB version, and this is the XLib version. So the header files up here, they're kind of hide things from you. But let's say window, right? So is it in platform maybe? Where is it? It's not in here. Window. It's in platform, sorry. So when I say like create window, it's going to be implemented in one of these. So this is going to have the create window function implemented in it. Destroy window. There's the atoms. So here's the create window, right? So basically there is that same functions being defined in XLib, XCB, Wayland, SDL2, SDL3, and GLFW. So if I'm going for Wayland here right now, I can do this, and it's going to compile the Wayland version of my same library, and it's going to put that library right here. Oops, did I compile it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that compiled, that's the whole library compiled, not recompiled, but like compiled from scratch, because I always like, let's show the command again. I clean it first because when I'm developing, I just want to see a fresh version every time. So that's, you know, just to compile the whole thing. I clean it, and then I'm using my 24 threads, and this is a debug, not release version. So there it is, right there. It's done. And we were just running the asteroid. So let me show that. And again, it went full screen on me. I have the game is set up to go full screen automatically when you launch it. I can change that. It doesn't matter. It's not to do with my library. It's to do with the actual game. So this is now running Wayland. Yeah. And we see there's an icon up here. If I were to choose GLFW, for one, it'll launch slower, and two, I think I won't get an icon up there. Let me see, because GLFW doesn't play with Wayland well. Okay. And we went full screen. Yeah, look at this. There's a W there. This is so annoying. So GLFW can't handle Wayland right now. And yeah, but so that's what's going on with this. So basically the platform and GLFW leaks memory too. You see this guy right here? Naughty, naughty. This is me trying to suppress the sanitizer, because it's basically saying I'm leaking all this memory, but this is not my memory. I want to know if my code is bad. So my when I compile this stuff, I'm very strict. So I had to put a bunch of stuff around Sean Barrett's single header library because he's not strict at all. So I had to basically tell it to ignore his header library and then be strict on everything else. So this will complain if I don't have these suppressions in place. It will just spit out like tons of memory leaks, and they're going to say that they're not actually memory leaks, they're just shutting down, but in reality they're coding very poorly, they're writing very poor quality C program, and I do consider it a memory leak because you don't know if you're going to have something else happen. You know, sometimes you change the flow of your code and you weren't cleaning up after yourself. So this is terrible stuff. This is GLFW doing this. I think SDL does it as well. Let's check out SDL. So we got our icon back. Let's just shut it down. And we got a little bit of suppression going on here for SDL. Let's let the game start up. All these messages here are from my own. This is what comes out of either info or error when I was doing the log error here. This is from a log info. And we got a little bit of suppression on STL3 as well. So what about xlib? Let's see how good the xlib is. I'm just going to let it start up first. And it's all good. Nothing suppressed on xlib. Well, I wrote the xlib one. So, I mean, I wrote the wrappers for STL2 and STL3, but I didn't write STL2 or 3. So xcb. I think it would be good to add. What do you mean? Don't move action? What's that? I think it would be good to add don't move. What's the don't move action? All clean. So what's happening? I'm not sure what you mean by the don't move action, but what the reason why it's going full screen is because that's what I told the game to do in the game. So if I go up here, that game is right here, asteroids, and we can just fix this. I was testing things out, so it's you think it's easy. You write the code for xlib and xcb and Wayland and all these other things, right? But then you try to get them to act correctly. So like you might want a program to start as full screen and then go back to normal screen. And while it's full screen, you might change the size of it and then go out of full screen. And these, I spent like a month making all these things work correctly and work the same. Like none of them work the same. None of them want to do the same thing. It's to do it right takes a long time and a ton of trial and error. So I was testing whether it is full screen or not. It's working because I have games that change the size. So while it's full screen, it needs to know it changed size. So when you come out of full screen, it needs to be that new window size. What was I saying? So, and if it's maximized, if it can be maximized, it can only be maximized if it can be resizable. And so you can enable or disable resizable, and making all these things possible, make them act correctly. And doing, you know, all that is actually like, it's much more complicated than just making a window. But in the game, let's see here. Where's the game? Let's see if we can just make it not be full screen. Although it'll still show up in the middle of the screen. So I guess I can't show it, but you're seeing the top left-hand corner of my TV is what you're seeing. So this code is in my mouse right here is in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Or I guess you can't see my mouse, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, there it is. So what's happening is I'm using 1/4 of my screen to record, and the rest of my screen not to. So when it goes full screen, you see the top left-hand corner. Also, if it just launches, it's going to launch down here because this bottom right-hand corner is the middle of my screen. I'm doing this on a TV because I don't have you know, like 4 monitors, so I just plug in a TV. And I treat it like it's 4 monitors. And I keep going back to that, but it's probably in here, game init. Yeah, this is what I was doing. I was testing if I could put a resizable flag, if I could maximize full screen, if I could use VSync. So I was trying to make it work across all of the things. So if we take off this full screen, it shouldn't launch full screen anymore. This is just in the create window. So I'm going to need to recompile this one. And now it's maximized. So I got to remove that as well. So this one right here. I was using it to test basically my code, going through all the different backends and trying all the different combinations. And it was a lot of stuff not working correctly or not working the same. Okay. So yeah, it's going to show up in this bottom left-hand corner now, which is normal because that's the center of my screen. And you see it's resizable now. But if I were to take away this resizable, now it's not resizable. I can't drag this corner. I can't change the size of it. And I also can't make it maximized. I can make it full screen still. Full screen still works just fine, but I can't maximize it. And that's because I'm telling it I don't want it to be maximized. Maybe if you're developing a game, you don't want it to be maximized, or I don't know why you would, but I'm just putting that option in there. VSync is on. So how do I can't remember how I show frame rate. Let's see if I have a thing to show frame rate in this game. And we'll see if VSync is working. It's going to be like inputs. Oh, maybe it's just here. I'll just let it print out. That's fine. So I'll just recompile it and we'll see if VSync is working. Okay, yeah. So my VSync for my laptop is 120. So it's setting the FPS to 120. Or it's not setting it to 120. It's not setting it to anything. It's allowing VSync to do it. But it's still capturing delta time. So what it's doing is I have something that handles I hope my mic is not is too hot. I hope it's not too hot. But anyway, so I have a timing thing where I'm high, what do you call it? Very high precision timing of the game. So when I tell it I want it to be a certain FPS, it's going to really lock to that FPS and try to hold on to it as much as possible. But if you switch it over to VSync, it ignores that. It doesn't try to time the game at all, but it still tracks delta time so that you can get your delta time out of the timing, and you can run your game based on delta time. So right now this game is running at 120 FPS. So what happens if we turn VSync off? It's over here, this. I think there's also a function to turn this off too, but we should just be able to delete it. So it's going to complain. I think I just put a 0 here or a nothing. Say window none. Yeah. Whoops. What did that do? That should be fine, which is just 0. Again, that's just 0. So let's check that out. And it might be set to 60. I can't remember what I set it to. And yeah, it looks like it's 60. So let's see how fast this runs, because this is a single-threaded C game. And this is OpenGL. This is running in OpenGL. So I'm probably set it in the header, in the main header. I probably set the FPS there. Right here, target FPS. So let's set it to like 6,000. I'm going to compile it again. Okay. So it's not running at 6,000. It's running at 3. You know, it's not going to, my hardware, I'm running this on a laptop that is in like, what do you call it? It's in like 9-watt power mode. So it's running like 9 watts, and I'm recording OBS and streaming to the YouTube and Twitch at the same time, right? So I don't like the fan kicks on this thing and is loud, and I don't need that much compute usually. So I tell it to go into quiet mode, which is like 9 watts or something like that. We can probably see. And let me see if I can just pull that up. History. Watch. Let's see. Probably this command. Yeah, so this is my wattage right now of my system. It's running at 10 watts. So it's running in this little, very simple game at, you know, like 2.5 to 3,000 FPS. But the whole system's running at, you know, 10 watts. That's the GPU and the CPU. And I'm also streaming and everything else on this same system and, you know, like everything. So I think that's pretty good. So the command I'm using for this, it was this right here, watch echo cat. This is power average. So if anybody wanted that command for any reason. And what it does is around 10 or 11 watts, it starts keying up a little bit and kicking on the fan. And this laptop, I've done reviews on this laptop, it's too skinny and it's plastic, so it's like it can't dissipate heat very well. So at 9-10 watts, it's fine for me. It's fine. I'd rather not have the fan on. So anyway, that's what's going on. And I hit it. I lost a life. It unalived me. Oh no, unalived again. Okay, that's one more time. Boom. So I have other project that's written in this as well, which we can just go with the Minesweeper. Everybody knows Minesweeper. Looks like this guy right here. And this is a big problem when I, you know, do all this stuff. That's all great, but the problem is this is easy small. If I were to put it bigger size, you see, it's like that. It's like this, right? And the window does need to change size. So it needs to do it in all of the different ones. I think if I do it on Wayland, it will not move to the center. Let me check it real quick. If I put this guy over here and then I change size, yeah, Wayland doesn't recenter. I think I may have done a hack to get the other one to recenter, but I'll probably remove it because basically in Wayland you can't ever recenter anything. So, and this is Minesweeper. If anybody's played Minesweeper, that's what it looks like. We have different themes: the Italian theme and the black and white Italian theme. So, let's see if I can win. Make it a bit. This is just written in C as well, using my library. And I have like I don't know if I did videos on how to write this. I think I may have. I have other versions of this. Well, that's got to be one right there. That means this is not. Oh, that makes it easier. So this has to be one. Let's see. Huh? No smiley face? We're not done yet. These both have to be. There we go. Sunglasses, I win. We can make this harder too, because if I just reset it, it's got 26, but we could put 34 or 42. This becomes a lot harder. Yeah, it's Minesweeper. So, right. So basically I have these things. Let's do one more real quick as the, let's see, where's the normal make? Is it here? No. How did I do this? Okay, here we go. So this one has, what do you want to call it? It's got 2D and 3D going on in the same. This is my, you know, I don't have it set up to capture my mouse yet properly. You know, like it needs to lock in and not do the mouse off the screen. So, but you get the idea. That's Suzanne. Every time my mouse goes off the screen, it's like not right. I have to do a mouse capture. I haven't set that up yet for this. That's be inside the platform. And then we can still, yeah. This isn't the exact same game, so it doesn't work the same. The assets are the same, but it was just something I was monkeying around to see if things worked. And so the image loader here for all these images is mine, but this mesh loader is also mine. There's no library. It's a very simple mesh loader. It doesn't handle materials. So it's just loading the mesh and I'm just setting a color on it. I don't think I have the tunes shader or anything like set up like that. Let's see if I can block this. Twitch view stream promotion. I don't know what this is. Let's just ban that person. But yeah, you can see I have like some 3D capability. And what's happening there is I have a 2D render and a 3D render in my library. Right here, there's the 2D, render 3D. And the 3D one has a camera on it. The 2D one doesn't, which I need to add a camera for the 2D. I do want a 2D camera, but I don't have it on there yet. Let's see, FPS. A position. I'm just going to switch this back. But yeah, so yeah, that's all the kind of crazy stuff I've been doing. So I was just working on converting that shell game project over. These are all the kind of public facing headers. So I use opaque pointers. So like this is just a struct to a window, right? But it's actually defined internally. So it's called an opaque pointer. It basically, the end user doesn't need to know what's inside the window object or struct or whatever you want to call it. So it's invisible to them. But if we go inside of here, this is what's inside the window. So it's all this stuff, but I don't want anybody messing with any of this stuff. So they don't see this. You can get pointers back to these arrays. So you can get key states, but you can also call functions as well that do it. But you can just get the straight up pointer back to a const array or whatever. And so you can always get your state inside your game of what the key is pressed down or up, or it has just went from up to down or down to up, or is in the down position now. Same with the mouse, and same with relative position, a logical mouse position and real mouse position, and what do you want to call it? The delta time of the mouse and everything else like that. And I do run translations on everything. So whenever you press the A key, no matter what language your keyboard is set to, it should understand that the key labeled on your keyboard, A, is the A key, even though if it has a different number than somebody else's country key. So I can do that in all of them. I can do it in STL2, STL3, XLib, XCB, and Wayland, but I can't do it in GLFW. So if you use the GLFW backend, you hopefully it looks like a key that is correct. I don't know. A key will be A key, but if you have a different country code set up on your keyboard, it's all bets are off. Yeah. So these are just that's the actual thing, but the header files are up here. So these are kind of the public facing header files, and these are the internal ones. That's why they say surface internal. So they're not duplicate. It's just this is the internal one. You don't get to see what's inside the surface. Some of them are like you can see, like the, where is it? Types. You can see all inside of these. There's no reason you can't see what's in the rect or the F rect and color and everything else, because that's fine. You're supposed to use those. But like the window, you shouldn't be messing or overriding the pointer to the window or something like that. You would break something. So they're opaque pointer types. So yeah, that's my library I've been working on for a long time. My GL loader looks like this. It's just function pointers. I don't use glue or glad or anything. I just like, well, let's just load all the function pointers. So it just literally does that, you know, and it works. So you don't need to do that. And like I said, for like loading images, let's see, where is it? Where is my image loader? There it is. So this is just a TGA header file right here. It's got some basic information. And as long as the TGA is not compressed. If it's uncompressed, if it's compressed, it will fail out. But if it's not compressed, I'm just going to load it. And what happens is there's this header stuff that gives me metadata about the image. And then after this image, it's literally RGBA, and it's just RGBA, so you just need to know how big the data is, the, what do you call it? The stride. And then that's it. You're good to go. So you can literally load this directly into my, where is it? Let's see, the internal for a surface. So here's my surface, the internal of it. Again, this is a opaque pointer. So it's got a width, a height, a pixel size. The reason why it has a pixel size is because of how many bits it is. Is it 8-bit, 16, 24, 32-bit kind of deal? The pitch is the stride or pitch or whatever, it's a 2D array. So how wide is it? Like what's the column? Is it the column length or the row? So one of the column or the row, I forget. I guess I can tint it. And this is the format. Like this is the kind of, is it RGBA? Let's see this. So we got red, which is just one color. This is for like if you just are grayscale. And then we have RGB, we have RGBA, and then we have BGR, BGRA, because depending on if it's little Indian, big Indian. And I always get confused with the little Indian, big Indian stuff. But really what happens is I just dump it into this pixel array of uintates. So when I'm doing this image loading, I make sure everything is good to go, create surface from TGA. I'm checking the header, I'm making sure everything is good to go. And then I just dump the pixels in. I find out how big it is, and then dump them in. So yeah, I'm just doing a mem copy. So I have to find out how big it is. Yeah. So sorry about that. But yeah, basically I do a bunch of checks, and then there is a run length encoding version of a TGA file too. But the reason why I'm using a TGA is because it's one image format that is literally RGBA, and it's just a big, the data is just RGBA, RGBA, RGBA. That's it. So I can just use that as a pixel buffer, right? There is another one that T-Soding, the other channel, the programming channel. He was talking about it. He was talking about using what is it, PMM or something, MPP, I forget. Another file format. It's very similar to TGA, but it doesn't have alpha. So when I run these games, like not Minesweeper. Let's see. So when I run this is a problem because this is alpha area, right? And the player ship as well. This is alpha. So, otherwise it would be a square, a black square or something like that, right? So that's why I didn't use the other one. I instead used TGA because TGA is basically the most basic image format you can get, but uses alpha too. So that basically is me sorted. So I am going to edit this and add in run length encoding because TGAs do use run length encoding for compression. And that's simple enough that something I can write. I can write a run length decoder, But right now I'm just using raw TGA images. So those are like for that where is it? Where's the image folder? So yeah, you can see ppm. So I played around with ppm, but again, the ppm file, it doesn't have alpha. So I was playing around with different ones, but TGA. So the original image was a PNG. So TGA images. Let's see if we can look at the size of these. They're bigger, obviously. So we can see it's like 77 bytes for this the small image of the ship. That's the life image. And then it's like 4 kilobytes for the bigger one. So it would be good to do run length encoding. If I really cared and was making a really big game, I would just use an image loading library. But right now, I don't even need to use a library at all. So just gonna block that. So I don't, because if I don't need to, I'm not, like it works good enough for me. So the images that this game is using are all the TGA images right here, which is a game image format that exists. So yeah, so I don't really use the libraries for anything. Only OpenAL. I use the OpenAL library, and I use an audio loading library as well, like S&D or whatever. Nothing for anything else though. Even the 3D model mesh is just handwritten. Let's close these. And the OpenGL function loader is just Scratch. And I use Sean Barrett's. So I was going through this into the server and converting all this. So all these functions up here that you see without an SG in front of them, that I haven't even touched them yet. And I'm gonna be changing this drastically. So all this parsing ones are gonna, like even down here, these parsing ones are gonna be drastically different because they're using this string token thing, and instead I'm gonna replace it with my own string view. So yeah, so I was kind of playing around with what's it, Rex? Yeah, I was doing this one because this isn't doing any parsing stuff. This is just handling. This is just the helper functions for dealing with Rex and adding Rex to a buffer and everything else. So pretty basic stuff. I just gotta convert it all over to whatever my system is. So this will be a 32T, and this is the new rec problem. I was saying maybe I send in floats. I have a feeling I'm going to change this back to insulator because I'm not going to send floats in from bash. So for right now, just to get it working, we'll just do this. But later we might go back because it's not an R rect, it's a SG, and that's actually an F rect. And we don't need to cast the floats because we're good. The anchor points. This buffer push is not right. Okay, so I didn't check the inputs on these, did I? So this one, I got this guy, definitely. So I'm probably going to spit out an error message on this. So we'll do the bang G and the bang ID. So this is I have log info or log error. There's also like log warning or something. I never use it. So I usually go by whatever function name I'm in, so I know where the error happened. And then what happened. So I'll just say error G or ID is null. And this is returning a bool, so we'll return false on that. Just a little safety check. And we're probably good. This, I don't like this here. So let's see how I did it. I think I'm going to put a message there as well. Yeah, I'm going to do this kind of thing right here. I mean, it would still return false or not, but since I'm already dealing with error messages up here, I'm just going to put it in. So this is right, and this is new rect. Yeah, good enough. So we'll get rid of this guy. So if something goes wrong, I really know what's happening and where it happened wrong at. So I kind of changed the order of these to make more sense. So I'm going to say SG set rect size. I was putting like whatever the item was first before, but I kind of like the action in the item and then what it's doing or something like that. So this one's just setting the size. I'm not going to do an error message, but I still got to check this guy. So I'm just going to do the bang G. Yeah. So if bang G or ID is -1, -1 is an invalid ID number, or it's not invalid. It's like that ID is not being used anymore. So I know that it's being set to -1. It's not in use. Okay, so we're setting the size, so these need to be floats. So we're going to have to change the header for that one. Oops, that's not right at all. Okay, where is the header? Set. Yeah, right here. I'm probably going to be changing these back. I just really feel like the interface from my function is going to take an ints from because it's being called from it. The information is coming from bash, so I just know I'm going to be changing these back. So that's that. So I'm going to check this guy too right here. This needs to be a valid pointer as well. Okay, so what is happening here? This might be my LSP. I might just restart the thing and then hopefully the LSP. But we can fix this function name. Have we not used it yet? It's this guy right here. And that function doesn't fail. It's still complaining about this one. One of the things I may have done wrong is, no, I did fix it. Oh, yeah, okay. Right there. So what I did, so I have this kind of circular dependency problem. What I did is I just removed these names here so I could have just the type def. But the problem is the buffer, my buffer file, I end up in a circular dependency. Where is it? This file right here needs these, but it's not pulling them in. And if I do try to pull them in, then I'm in circular dependency hell because they need to, So basically, I have to put the struct version instead of the type def version. And so then I had to go back and write them all back in, and I put a typo there. I put an S on it. So that's probably why that's complaining. Yeah. Okay. So this one is a void. It's just going to bail out if it's not correct. If it's not going to set anything if the ID is wrong or the pointers are no good. That's grand. Okay. This is very much going to be the same. Setting size, setting pause. Okay, so this is an N32T because it's an ID, and so is this guy up here. Yeah, and then those are fine. So I'm gonna grab this same guy right here because we need the same thing happening there. And this is gonna also be the same. This is because you need to position things based on where they're anchored. So I may say it that I want to anchor it based on the top right. So if I change the width of it or if I change where it is, I need to recalculate. So that, and this function is not returning. It's just up here. It's not returning an error. It's just like if it's not valid, it's just nothing's going to happen. It's not important. I kind of start spitting back error messages when I'm dealing with memory allocations and things like that. And then I start getting a little bit hardcore in the memory messages. So up here, now, yeah, because I am allocating memory with this guy. This push buffer, this could be an allocation right here. So I'm more serious about that one. So we're going to update the position. Yeah, I'm still doing lots of typos with this keyboard. I'm not used to it as well. SG, okay, we'll do an N32 for the ID. And that's fine. So we'll probably, since we got the same thing going on here, we'll just grab this guy. Okay, and the same thing right here is happening. That looks all good. This is a float. That is a float. That's delta time. And this is going to be 32. 32T. Oops. I don't think there's anything else happening here. This is going to spit back a float because these fields are all floats. They weren't floats in the SDL2 version, so. So get rect field, yeah. Like that? I don't know if I'm named that correctly. Get rect field. Can't just put like get rect fields? Yeah, maybe I changed the name of that. Because the sprite had rect fields, so it was get sprite rect fields. But the rect field is the thing of the rect, so it's like get rect fields. It's the same. That one too, the set. And this is already returning a float. That's good. Okay, so ID and that's going to be the same. So I'm going to use this again. And so if this fails, it's probably just a 0, right? Yeah, it is. So I'm going to put the 0.0f on it. When I wrote all this code the first time, I was writing it for SDL2, but I was also just seeing if I could do the thing. So even though I tried to write good code, it was still a little bit sloppy because I was learning. I was still like trying to figure out what I'm doing. So this is kind of a rewrite later, a slight rewrite, like polishing it. None of these are all going to be floats now. So I think it's all fine. Just going to make this a 0. And down here. That should be good. Now, did I change the name of this? Get rect field? Yeah. This one will be set rect. See. So, yeah, they're both. I'm just being over the top, right? You know what I mean? Like, you could say 0 or 0.0, but then if I do 0.0, it's a double, not a float. So like I'm just trying to be more precise, but yeah, I think 0 is just fine, totally fine the way it is. I'm trying to not have anything be ambiguous or whatever. That's why I'm changing these ints. I don't like ints because like who knows what they're gonna be. But I was dealing with Sean Barrett's library, man, and I started rewriting the library, and there was reasons why he was writing the things the way he was doing it because the what was it? He was using 32-bit ints specifically for things, but he had reasons for it. So I think when it sees a 0 literal, it's just going to be, right? If you do 0.0, it's going to be a double, and then it's going to, implicitly cast it. A 0, I don't know, but if I do 0.0f, it's definitely a float. So, but the compiler will probably optimize it all the way anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. But I just don't want it to be like, oh, this is this weird edge case, and like the ints, like on this system, an int is in Windows versus Linux 64, the int is a slightly different size or something. So yeah, there's probably no reason at all to change that 0, but I know 0.0f is definitely a float, so why not? So this one, I'm just setting the field. So that's definitely going to be a value. So I just need to check these two again. So I'm going to use this same guy up here. And it was the 0 originally was an int. Yeah. So the function originally was returning an int because it was based around SDL2 and rex. But I'm switched to frex, so they're floats. So the function was originally written for a 0 as an integer. And my compiler may catch it because, because I'm quite strict with the flags. Like if you check out my make file here, like I turn on everything. I'm like, oh, what can we possibly be strict about? I'm just going to make it all strict, right? So yeah, this would probably catch them anyway, because it's very picky about implicitly casting numbers that shouldn't be. Okay, so yes. This field and value is going to be fine. The field has to be one of those fields in the value. These were being cast. So I was bringing in a float. I was casting. I don't have to cast any of these now since they're all floats. And recalculate position. Where is it? Rect from image. Yeah. What did I call this? Get rect from image. Yeah. Okay. Get rect. And this has got that. Yeah, I don't like hidden stuff. This thing infuriates me. Where is it? So where's just parse? There it is. Okay. Oh man, come on, bro. So I haven't worked on this file much, but where are we? We got these helper functions that I don't need anymore, and then helper function. You should see my string view to float or to double. It's so crazy. I don't know if it's right. I hope it works. Let's get key. Parse line. So where is it? Yeah, this thing right here, man. This I don't like this. This function looks like it's doing a thing, but what it's really doing is internally holding state. So then when you call it again, you don't have to put this string into it. So I've done two things. I've mangled this string. This string is now mangled irreversibly. Two, if I call this function again, the string is still inside of it. And if I call another function and then I call this, if I'm inside another function, I call this function again, it still remembers the old. So it's like, I don't like that. So I ended up going down a rabbit hole of writing my own, where is it? It's in my library here. So when I get into the parsing stuff, there's going to be big changes. Come on, I'm in source. It's string view right here. So I did some very simple stuff. I have this string view stuff, so I can just deal with strings, and I can. I'm just using NeoVim. It's just the terminal text editor. So I have this thing. I don't want to deal with strings, and I don't want to be manipulating strings in that awful way that, like, you know, you have to do it in C, especially when I'm parsing lots of strings. So this is a big problem. So I have this little string view thing. Do we have a where is the include for it? So it's just this. It's just a pointer to a character and then a count. Yeah, that's my string view. So, you know, to take a normal string, I just get the length of that string and hold the pointer, and that's the count. You know, that's cool. That's a string view. And if I want to go the other way, I got to do the stern dupe. It's not ideal to go the other way. And then, you know, I was doing the TSOing, the chopping to the left, chopping to the right. That's all great. You know, you're just, you're not editing the string at all. You're just editing your string view, which is what I want. I don't want to mess with the original string. I don't own the original string. So, and then we can trim white space, you know, this trimming left, trimming right, white space, trim them both. That's all good. And then we can start tokenizing things, right? So we can send a string view into this function that we are going to manipulate, and we're going to send a string view out of it with a delimiter. And so we will basically tokenize like that other thing did, but I never put null in here. It's not holding a string view internally, you know, hidden from me. No. I'm not, you don't get it. I'm not returning a string ever. Besides this one up here, besides this string view to string, where it's actually heap allocating a new string, I'm never doing anything with the string. So whatever the original string was, it's there. This is like a slice or a view into a string. So when I do this token thing, whatever the original string was, I have not manipulated it whatsoever at all. I'm going to manipulate the string view, which is going to move where the pointer of the string is, and it's going to move the length within the original string view that I had. It's not going to go out of bounds of that. And then it's going to return me a string view. But both of these string views are actually views into the original string that has not been manipulated whatsoever. So this allows me to tokenize to my heart's content. And I still have the original string, and I can change the way I'm tokenizing. Nothing's hidden. It's not like, oh, we have an internal state of the string inside. What's that? Oh, I didn't want to use somebody else's library if I wanted to know how to do it myself. So I'm sure somebody has some brilliant library that works really great, but I just wanted to know how to do it. And the project uses very little libraries. Like if you were watching from before, I load images myself, I load meshes myself, I load function pointers myself for OpenGL, I create the windows myself. I only use the library for like rendering text from Sean Barrett's library or OpenAL for audio. Other than that, I'm not using anybody's library. I'm not trying to use anybody's library for anything. So I'm sure there's better ways to do all this, but this is just my implementation. It's good enough for me. But yeah, you'll see I need to do like to compare a string view. It's very simple to compare a string view to another string view, a string view to a string. Still very simple, straightforward. To compare a string view to a character, even simpler. And then we have the string view to numbers. So I'm like, okay, unsigned 64. Yes. Okay. So I'm doing all this math to make sure I am, you know, I'm getting a 10th of the max just to make sure I can always check, because what I'm doing is I'm taking one character at a time, and I'm taking whatever the old accumulator is and I'm multiplying it by 10 and then adding that new character to the end of it. Yeah. And the characters have to be real characters, or I bail out and I don't return any number. So what am I doing here? So I have a number that I'm going to return if everything goes good, and I have a string view. Yeah. So I check the string view is good. The data is the actual, you know, the item inside. Now I'm going to be, I make a duplicate of the string view because I'm going to manipulate this. I'm going to call my trim on it. So I don't want to change whatever string view I sent into it. So I'm just going to have my own string view right here. These are tiny, so it's not important. But anyway, I'm going to trim it to make sure there's no white space on either side. And since it's an unsigned int, I'm going to see if there's just one plus sign. I'm going to allow one plus sign, and that's it. And I'm just going to ignore it if it's there. And then after that, and I chop it off, I'm going to make sure the count is bigger than 0. And then I have an accumulator, and I have a 1/10 of the uint64 max. The reason why 1/10 is because I'm checking before I multiply that it still fits inside the accumulator. I know that unsigned ints roll over, but I don't want it to roll over. And also I'm going to have a signed thing later. So, you know, I don't want that. So then I'm going through the count of the string view, and it has to be an integer. If it's anything else, I'm like just ignoring it, right? Or not ignoring it, I'm failing it, right? So once I have my integer, I'm going to see whatever the old accumulator is, make sure it is not bigger than the 10th of the accumulator. So I can multiply the accumulator by 10. And then I'm getting the actual value of that character. So I'm just subtracting 0 from it. So whatever 0 is, if I subtract 0 from it, I get 0 as that 0 character, and 1 is 1, 2 is 2, you know, and all that. And so then I'm going to check my accumulator again to make sure that adding this to my accumulator will not exceed. And then I add it, and I just do that in a loop. And if the numbers all come out good and I reach the end of my string view without failing, then I'm going to actually send back that number. And that's pretty good. And so for the uint32, I just basically get a uint64, and then I check to make sure and call that same function above. And then I check to make sure if the answer back was, in fact, not over the max of a uint32. And then I just cast it and send it back. And same for 16 and an 8. And then for the signed one, it's more complicated because I need a sign bit. And I need to do a negative or positive, but it's kind of the same idea. But then when we get to the, and I do the same thing for the I32, I make sure it's within bounds. I do the I64 and then see if I can cast it down and cast it down. The same for the 16 and the 8. But when you get to the F64, this becomes something else. So I try to never use the preprocessor. I use it for, you know, pound defines. I use it. So I was doing, what is it? I was doing it for the buffer thing where you hide the metadata before the pointer. And I was using the preprocessor so that I could have it be generic, but what was it doing? I don't have it here, do I? It's not in this code base, I don't think. It was so crazy because I don't mess with the preprocessor that much, but basically I wanted a generic buffer. And I want this buffer to know what size it is, so it can always, so it's like a normal buffer. Let's see if I have a buffer here. Where am I in the code? Is that a buffer here? Oh, I don't have a buffer here. It's in the SG, I have a buffer, but makes the language much slower. Yeah. So so I had this buffer, and basically the buffer knows like its own, the size of each element and the capacity and all this stuff, right? And but I want to just be able to use the buffer as an array as well directly, because you want to use anything as an array. So I was trying to trick it so like I could send in something, but like I want this new thing, and it was like a fake function call. It was like a preprocessor function call that expanded out into a function call that actually got the type and the size of whatever the type of the thing that I was saying I wanted a new one. Like I want a new buffer for images or whatever, for textures. And it would be like, right, get the size of the texture. Now send that into the real function call. And it was so goofy. And then like hide that information before the array. So like the meta information is in front of the pointer of the array or whatever. And it's cool, but like the preprocessor stuff really makes me cringe. Like in the your LSP will like look at that preprocessor stuff and just not know what to make of it too. It just like puts crazy stuff. Yeah, I haven't used like compute time stuff. Like you're talking like Zig, what do you call it? Runtime and compile time macros, or what's it called? Comp time? Is that what they call it? So Zig is one language I haven't actually used yet. I do want to use it, but like it's the you never have enough time, you know. Like I learned fourth, and then I wrote the bindings for fourth for SDL2 because they didn't exist. Because I watched some YouTube video where some guy said you could do SDL2 and fourth, and I was like, oh really? And he was like, yeah, here's how you do it, and it was bullshit. It was like a fake thing. He had like one function bound to fourth and nothing else. And I'm like, okay, well, I want to make a whole entire game in fourth. And so then I learned fourth, and I learned how to make bindings for C, SDL2 and fourth. And then I learned how to write COBOL and make a game in SDL2 and COBOL, you know, like, and then I learned Haskell and how to make a game in SDL2 and Haskell, you know, like never could get the sound to work quite right because I guess there's just permanently a bug in Haskell. Yeah, I got some COBOL stuff. Let me see. I don't put anything on GitHub anymore because I never like Microsoft. I always hate Microsoft, but GitHub seems like how they're stealing everybody's data now. If you put anything you put on GitHub is owned by Microsoft. So that's annoying. I don't mind things being public or not public if I want to make them public, but I don't like the fact that Microsoft owns it and will do what they want with it and will ignore whatever license you have on it. And they'll be like, well, it's our training data now. But Codeberg is a big problem, right? Is that the German one? But Codeberg is German, right? Is it German one? Because that's got a big problem with it. So I could be wrong on this. Is Codeberg? So Codeberg 1, it can only be open source, right? So this is a problem if I want to write a lot of open source stuff, which I normally do, but I also want like one project to not be, or part of it to not be. This is a problem. So now I need two different systems, right? So that Codeberg's going to be out. That's a bad idea. But that's not the big problem. The big problem is they are tracking you. Like they need your information. Why do they need your information? They need to know everything about you for Codeberg. That's crazy. So Germany is like not a good player in this. You know, like the German government is they're not an innocent or good player. So they're like, oh yeah, it's just this nonprofit. It's fun, and we're the good guys, and everybody come to us. And also, we're stealing all your data for the government to track you. You know, like and do what it wants against you. And that's like, okay, not great. No. But Codeberg doesn't need your email. Codeberg needs like your blood type and your firstborn baby and stuff like that. Like it's not the same thing. Like they're masquerading as a good guy and they're not a good guy. Here's let's see here. Yeah, because I was thinking about that too. Yeah. It would be great. It would be so great if just one European country actually followed GDPR. Just one time. Just followed it one time. GDPR does not get followed ever. Not even one time. Just no such thing, right? We got GDPR in the UK. You know what we call it? Nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It doesn't get followed. The government illegally doesn't follow it. I'm pretty sure Codeberg is asking like your like address, who you are, your like everything, right? Not an email address. They want to know who you are. It's know your client, which is the corporate speak for spy on. We're collecting data on you. Just display name. We'll look it up in a second here. So this is my GitHub, whatever. Yeah, I haven't been active on here in a good who knows how long. So that shell game, you can actually the working version of that shell game is right here with all the examples. It's literally all here. And I put a bunch of documentation up and then just never made videos on it. So all the documentation explaining on how the function calls work and everything, it's all here. And I was just like, well, no one's ever going to want to use this. So yeah, we'll go do something else now. It was like 8 months ago. I just forgot about it. And this was me learning the bash to C inter-process communication. The stuff that became, the way to talk to the C server. But I should have some interesting stuff here. Let's see what's in here. Whoa, that's a white page. Okay, so we got Love2D, CPP, C, Odin, Love2D, Haskell right here. We got Ruby. I forgot about Ruby. Did some Ruby, Odin, Haskell. Here's COBOL right here. So I did a video series on showing somebody how to write in COBOL, and then made this where it like shows you how to load text and load images and move them around the screen and control them and everything else. Yeah, so that's all right here, and the videos are here, the playlist. Yeah, COBOL is pretty good because COBOL can talk directly to C. So you can just call C functions from COBOL directly. Yeah. So this is a COBOL one. I just was like, what's it like to write COBOL? Wouldn't it be funny if you wrote COBOL? So I did. I was like, and I realized, oh, you can just do that. But I have here, where is it? Here's fourth, And I had to write the bindings for this because I got nerd sniped with this thing. Because if you look on YouTube, let's see. There's like 2 different people. They're like, fourth is easy. Just do this thing. And they explain like 0.1% of fourth. And they're like, there you go. And I was like, no, that's not the rest of fourth. I think I would watch this one right here. Yeah, this dude right here. And he had an interesting little kind of baby starter topic thing. But then he's just like, you can make videos in fourth or games in fourth with SDL2. And no, you can't. Like everything he said was not true. You can. I figured it out, but like, but not from his video. Like it was very annoying. I was very angry. Fourth, programming variables and constants. Let's see where.
Hey everybody.
So here he goes. Watch.
Everybody, this is the final.
So he like shows you how to do a simple thing, and it's not like he has these, I think, and that's it. So you can't actually do anything. And I was so frustrated that I ended up writing the bindings for fourth myself. It was so annoying. And I didn't know fourth or how to write bindings. So in here is the actual, in this SDL2 folder, these are the fourth bindings for SDL2 for just like everything. You could just do everything or whatever. I don't know if there's some edge cases or whatever, but you know. I've never used COBOL. Like I just thought COBOL. I was just wondering what COBOL looked like. You know, I just wanted to try. It's basically just wrapping C functions kind of over and over again. Like you just call a C function and you have to make sure you pick up whatever it sent back, or it will do bad things. So I don't like Python. I'm just gonna be upfront about it. I don't like Python. I don't think it's a good language. I don't think it's an easy language. So I don't know how to explain it. Like it's how could you say this? Like if somebody were to like, it's like if you have an AI agent, you're working with an AI agent, and now you don't know anything about medicine, but you have an really nice LLM, and so now you're a doctor, right? You're not a doctor, but the LLM says it's a doctor, and you guys work together. It's your co-pilot, right? Microsoft said it's your co-pilot. Now you're a doctor, and so now you can just like work on people and fix them and save them or kill them because you're not a doctor. You don't know what you're doing, but you have access to something that makes it look like you know what you're doing, but you don't ever know what you're doing, and it's a scam, right? That's Python to me. Python is somebody has done a bunch of stuff underneath it to make it look like you can do a simple thing. This is a live video. I didn't know anybody was watching on well, I don't know if they're actually watching anymore, but yeah, it's a live video. So so Python basically allows you to call some functions really quickly, and you don't know what those functions do. What are you on other platform? Yeah, I'm on YouTube right now as well. So you don't know what these functions do, and you don't know how they work, and they kind of they work strangely with each other. Sometimes they act different ways because of what's hidden underneath that you don't know about. And so it makes you have this, like, what's this Dunning-Kruger thing? It makes you feel like you know a lot more than you do when you really don't. And so it gives you confidence and everything else, but you actually have no clue what you're doing, and you're going to do some very bad things, and you're going to do very slow things, and whatever you do is going to be on top of C code. I think the Python actually runs on C, not C++, but I could be wrong about that. But it's not good. It's very unsafe code, I'd say. It's very brittle code, and it uses a package manager, and it's very brittle. Like everything will be broken all the time. So if you get anything, working on Python, the chances of it working the next day on Python is like so low. So you can see these. Let's look at Amazon. So Python was my first thing that I did, right? Let's see, what do we call it? Games in Python, something like that. I don't know. So I have these books. I have this book right here. Not a good book. I think I have this book. What else? I have this book. I had some that were like, they say Pygame, but they're Pygame 0. Oh, come on. It must be the book we were just looking at. So it's like these. There's a bunch of them like this, right? And these are kids' books. So you think kids' books are easy, right? No, because the books are wrong. The books have bugs in them. I have this book too, probably. I have a bunch of these, right? So let me see anything going on here. So the book will tell you to do things, right? It'll be like, this is Pygame 0, right? I think this is Pygame 0. Not saying, but I'm assuming it's Pygame 0. So they're using this free library Pygame 0, which is cool. It's a cool project, but it doesn't work correctly. It's not stable. It's not professional. So you wrote your book on a project that doesn't work. Yeah, PGZ run. So it's Pygame 0. Yeah. So the book code will tell you do this thing. Like define draw or something, and try it, and then it doesn't work, and you're like, why it doesn't work? And they're like, it must be something I'm doing wrong. And then you realize, no, the book is wrong, and also Pygame 0 is wrong. And so I was with my son. He was using Scratch, and we were trying to go from Scratch to Python, and I just banged my head against it. Like, I don't know programming, and I'm try, and I'm looking stuff up. And then I found out there's just bugs in the Pygame 0 library. So then I'm asking for bugs to be fixed in the library, and the person who runs it is called Lord something. And I keep finding bug after bug after bug, and they're like germane to the book. The book doesn't work because of the stupid bugs. For one, the book is written wrong, but two, the library is written wrong. It was so infuriating. It is live. Quick question. Need some suggestions. Do you know how CPP? So I only know a little bit of C++. I mainly write C. I have written some C++, but I'm not an expert at all in C++. So anyway, Python basically, it kind of like, it's like on the surface it looks good, but then underneath it you realize it's like not good. It's all this kind of nonsense stuff. Where I went from Pygame 0 to Pygame for the Pygame, and this was better, but it's still Python. So it was better than all the bugs that were in Pygame 0, and it made more sense. So this felt a little better. And then I went to C, and C was the thing where I watched stuff. I watched stuff on how to do C, and like these are functions, and this is how to print a statement, that. And then I'm like, okay, I watched this whole course in C. Now what do I do? How do I write something? Python is yeah. So I came up. Well, I wanted to do SDL2 because I'm like, Python is just SDL2, and that's a C library. So why can't I just write C SDL2? And I came up against this fence of there is no documentation whatsoever out there in a book form, in anything, about how to write SDL2 in C. Like, if you already know C and SDL2, you can use reference material. But if you don't know it, there was just no information. So the one guy out there was called like lazy, what was it? It's called lazy something. SDL2. Is it lazy? So there was like this, right? And this was written very poorly before. It's probably better now. It looks much better now. But the problem is this was written in C++. I don't want to set up. I just want some code, bro. Just show me the code. Jesus Christ, get to the code. I thought it said hello. Getting an image. Okay, get the image on the screen, right? Get the image on the screen. What do we got here? Just right here. Just hate this. Everything about this. I hate this right here. Also, yeah, I don't like that. You can't do this in my compiler. You need to put void there too. So this just looks fine here, right? This looks fine. This website did not look like this when I was here before. It was C++ code. So I don't know if this is like, looks like C code. Yeah, this all looks like C code to me. This is fine, but it did not look like this before. So I was very frustrated. So very slowly I was teaching myself C, sorry, not C++, because I didn't know C++ at the time either. And all this material from this foo website was written for C++. And people would be like, oh, C and C++ are just the same, right? So like, and I'm like, I don't know C++. It'd be like if I'm trying to learn Spanish and people are like, oh, just watch these French videos. You know, it's like the same. And you're like, but I don't know French or Spanish. So how can I learn Spanish by listening to French? It doesn't make any sense to me. And so they were like, watch these C++ tutorials on how to write C. And I'm like, but I don't understand these what do you call it? Objects and stuff, right? It's like classes and stuff like that. I'm like, why do I need classes? I just want to do the thing. And so I just figured it out myself. And that's why I made all these videos. These videos were literally me being frustrated that there was no information out there. Just like somebody's taught you how to write C code basically, but nobody's showed you how to do a project with C. And I'm like, here's how to do the project in C. That's literally what I was doing. I was just like frustrated. And then I would learn another thing and learn another thing. I'm like, okay, I learned this. Here you go, guys. I'll do this. Everybody else check this out. And I never saw, what's his name? Casey from Molly Rocket. So I never saw any of Casey's videos till later. So Casey did the Handmade Hero for Windows, and I don't use Windows. So that's completely worthless to me. But I really do like his content that's not Handmade Hero. But that Handmade Hero would have been what I was looking for at the time. It would have been, I just want to know how to do the thing, except he writes for Windows and I have no use with Windows. So that's why I never found it. But his explanation of stuff and the way he codes and is very spot on. And is this, yeah. So big fan of him and Sean Barrett and Jay Blow and all those guys. They're really good. But I never saw Casey's Handmade Hero stuff. So I was literally making videos to show people how to do simple things because I thought there was no information. I just could not find a video on like how to write C SDL2, you know. Yeah. So this was probably like 5 years ago or something like that when I was first learning or more. It was before the AI kicked in, before there was AI. And I was literally going to the library or looking online or looking on YouTube videos, and there was just nothing. It just did not exist. So then I just started learning different languages. I learned C++ as well, but I don't use it very much. And I learned JavaScript, and I learned how much I hate JavaScript. So I don't use that as well. So I had internal projects that I had done in JavaScript and even in Rust, but I just never released them. I did a little for myself. And so these projects here are not all my projects. They're just projects that I like did videos on for other people. But the fourth one was pretty fun because it's so crazy. Forth and Haskell were super fun to write because they're so different, you know, like C++ is kind of like if you wrote C, but you made bad decisions. you try to fix some of the bad decisions of C by adding worse decisions and then not removing the bad decisions of C. That's C++. But fourth is like, hey, we're going to go in crazy land for a while and we got a stack here, but actually we got like 3 stacks. So much fun. And Haskell is just like so much fun. Just totally nuts. Like I ran, like when I recorded these videos, I was on a Haskell desktop. So like, let's see. When I recorded like almost all of these videos, I was actually recording them on, like right now I'm on KDE desktop, but I was actually running Xmonad. Tiling window manager. Yeah. So I was using Xmonad tiling window manager written in Haskell when I was recording the videos for like C, and I don't know if I did the first C one, what it was on. Let's check. This guy made me angry because he's a nice guy, but it's a trick. He didn't do the SDL thing in fourth. I had to do it. And the worst guy, the worst offender is the guy for the Haskell. The Haskell, like official Haskell professor. What is it? Haskell. What is it? Like let's say course. I think he's in Scotland or something. This guy.
Welcome to Haskell for...
No. Okay. So this is the worst. This is I don't know if anybody in the stream knows Haskell. This person right here has got to be the Antichrist. This is the worst teacher that has ever existed. He is so bad, but I don't know if he's actually really a teacher in real life. So to be fair, this Philip, what are you doing, Philip? You are the worst. It makes me want to make videos to explain Haskell to people, even though I don't understand it very well, because he is so absolutely bad at explaining Haskell. I mean, like, if you're explaining any language, the first thing you do is hello world. And this guy, he gets down to like, what is it? Maybe video 17 before we get a hello world. Like, what are you doing, dude? Just like the insanity of it. And what he does before it is he's doing this like crazy math that I've never heard of before. Like some weird college level math. You don't need to know it. It's Haskell. It's a programming language. I know the programming language is great for math, but you don't need to know math to like put something on the screen. Like, you know, like this guy is super crazy. 17 videos in. And what are we getting? A hello world here?
Today we are going to close the book on the internal type.
Just and his explanations of all of this.
Two, maybe.
I know he's saying real words, but his explanations are awful. Just the worst possible. It would just like I would watch it like 5 times trying to understand what he's saying. I'm like, can't you just say it in English? And this is not hello world yet. So where's hello world? It's some crazy amount. Maybe it's here, 15.
In this video, we will finally write hello world in Haskell.
15 videos, right? He's so bad. He's so bad. He's got technical information, but a teacher needs to take information that a student does not understand and explain it to the student so they understand it. And that's not what this guy does. This guy takes technical information, says it in a more technical manner that maybe he doesn't even understand, and then talks over your head. And you don't learn anything. And this stuff is not complicated. You do not need to make Haskell this complicated. It is not that complicated. Haskell is not that complicated. People make Haskell complicated. It's not that complicated. It's just like, this is the craziest. And some of his videos, he's got this like Greek stuff all over the screen. And I'm like, what are you doing? Just stop it. Like, stop. And people are like tongue in cheek, like, wow, this ramped up really quickly. And basically nobody's watching the video after that because nobody could follow what the heck he's talking about. So this guy's terrible, but he's not the person I was looking for. These videos are really bad. I'm saying they may look good, but if you watch these videos, you're not going to learn Haskell. They are really bad. Everything I don't understand is bad. Maybe. No. I'm saying this is bad, not because it's Haskell, not because I don't understand it, because he can't teach. That's why it's bad. Okay? That's for any teacher. If a teacher cannot share information from himself to somebody else who's not himself or themselves, they're not a good teacher. So this is why I find this very bad. The other person that I said his video was bad, because he was literally saying you can do a thing with this and you could not do it. You did not have the ability. What he showed was not real. And he claimed... Yeah, so let me clarify. The one on fourth, he claimed that you could make a game in SDL, and he did not have the stuff there. So he said you could use something. It wasn't there. It didn't exist. So it wasn't that I didn't understand what he was saying. Is what he was saying was not correct or true. And I actually then implemented what he said. And then made videos showing people how to actually do the thing he said you should be able to do, but you could not do. And it didn't exist. But I spent a long time looking for what he was talking about. It did not exist. And his code did not allow you to do what he was talking about. So that was really frustrating. It's the people who make the video that alludes to you to be able to do something, but you can't, you know? Like the false videos that are very popular on YouTube, and people say, like, there's a video of a woman that's like, I replaced all my streaming services with this little computer that I got from a scrap meet, and she's got like a 20 gig hard drive in it, and she's gonna say she's replaced like all streaming services with it. And the way she did that is going down to the store and buying a whole bunch of CDs and just copying the data directly from the CDs, the 700 megabytes of WAV files, onto this 20 gig hard drive, and claiming that's done and on all her streaming services are sorted, and that's a lie. She's just made clickbait content. That's a lie. So that's what the dude did. He did that for fourth, which nerd sniped me into actually implementing the real thing that he said that you should be able to do, because I really wanted to see it. And I felt you could do it. So then I figured out how to do it, and I did it. And then I posted it, and I had to put a license on it so other people can use it, which I think I just put the whatever the original SDL2 license was. So because other people asked me, they want to use it, and I didn't have a license on it. And I'm like, it's not really my code, it's a binding, so I'll just do whatever they did. But I made videos how to do it. I made documentations how to do it. So I actually spent all the time to do the thing and then explain the thing. With Haskell, I do have Haskell videos as well. They're probably not the best Haskell videos at all, but I tried to explain to the best of my knowledge how to do the things. This person here is terrible at explaining things. You do not need Greek hieroglyphics on the screen to explain how to make a function in Haskell. You just do not need that. It's nonsense. But what's worse than this guy, because I don't know if this guy's a teacher or not. If he is, he should not be a teacher. But there is a guy who actually is a Haskell teacher. That frustrates me the most. It's this guy, this Graham. Yeah, this guy's like a college professor, right? Terrible at explaining Haskell. He explains it like it's a boat or something, and there's some water stuff. I don't know what he's talking about. Don't make stuff up. Tell me what the function is doing. Tell me I got an input. and then I'm manipulating the input and I have an output. Great. I understand that. Don't be like, you're like on a boat and you can see some of it and some of it you can't see. What are you talking about? You're a college professor. Don't make stuff up. Don't tell me like falsely what I'm doing or tell me half of it and hide half of it from me. I don't want it hidden. Just tell me what it really is in plain English. So this guy is a professor, not a good teacher. This guy is not a good teacher. So not explaining what I don't understand. I'm explaining what other people can't explain. If you can't explain it, you should not be a teacher. So that's why I did make videos that I made, because I would have to learn a thing and then I'd have to learn it enough to be able to explain it to somebody else. If I can't explain it to somebody else in a way it makes sense, then I myself do not understand it. So, which is why some of the stuff that I worked on, I never made videos about at all, because I just didn't feel like I understand them well enough. But also a lot of the content I made is very beginner stuff, because it's not, I'm not claiming to have expert knowledge on anything. This guy though, not a good teacher. Like, watch his videos. They are good. I did get information out of Haskell from him, but I had to listen to what he said and then look up what it really was, because this guy is not telling you what's going on. He's dancing around with lots of words instead of just saying, this is it. This is what it does. You know, this is what this data type is. You should just be able to do that. If you can't do that, then you don't know what you're talking about. But he talks with confidence, like an AI chatbot. So very frustrating. But I did watch both of these guys' content a lot, over and over again, because like they're not, I'm looking for information and they're not giving the information. So I'm trying to find the information hidden between the lines or something. Like they don't want to say it. Yeah. So I don't know. That's very frustrating. But the other one, literally the guy didn't do the thing. Like he didn't have, where is it in here in the fourth one? He just didn't have it. It didn't exist. Where is it? Let's look up the code. Where's the code for that fourth one? And the with the
Today we are going to close
with the Pygame 0 stuff. I had to contact the creator of that over and over again, and I had to show him the bugs that was in the code. And he's like, I don't know anything about these people writing books on it. It was kind of like they shouldn't be writing books, because the books are written wrong, and his code is not working either. So that's why I didn't like Python. Python is like hidden stuff and broken stuff all the time. When I was able to get down to just writing SDL myself and C, it made way more sense. Like it was way better, because C hides a lot less from you. There are still times where C hide things from you, and I don't like that. But most of the time it's not hiding anything from you. These things are a struct, and here they are in the struct. Okay, Python, they're still in the struct, but the struct is hidden from you. And it's doing this other stuff, and you know, like it's doing a whole bunch of stuff that's hidden from you. So you never know why things are happening or what's happening, or if something's going to error or it did error. You just don't know. So, you know, that's why I don't like Python. I would say for a child or an adult, it doesn't have to be a child or an adult that is kind of sticking their toe into it. I found, to contrast how bad I think Pygame 0 is, I found Lua and Love2D to be really good. I enjoyed Lua a lot, and it did not have it's not so broken and brittle as Python. The language seems much better, and Love2D works way better, and it makes sense. The way they do their prototype, what is it? Their OOP in Lua is like very simple, basic, but makes sense. I forgot the name of it. It's where you make an object that can be duplicated or whatever. Very little is hidden from you. It does have one base indexing, which I don't know why anybody would ever do that, but that is the only thing I can say about Lua and Love 2D that I didn't like was the one base index. But if I was giving a new person or just somebody that was interested in making a
Everybody,
game,
this is the final.
okay, let's see if we got a download. Do we got a download? No, that's not a download. That's just a download to SDL. Where's his? Anyway, I'm just telling you, you watch these videos, this dude does not have the thing. You cannot make an SDL2 game after watching this video at all. Not possible. What you can do is watch his video and get my code and read my code, and hopefully it'll work. I don't know 100% it's going to work, but I know 100% what he shows here will not work. Like, you can't open a window, but you can't do anything else. You can't draw something on it. You can't get mouse input. You can't get, because nothing is there. Nothing is implemented. It's a smoke show. So that's not thing. But yeah, if you're trying to learn a new language, Lua is good. I think Lua is good. I would go from Lua to C, or start with C and then do Lua or something like that. Love 2D. This is very good. And the documentation, I love this. Simple. You can read the thing. I know what the thing does. It's very easy, right? Right away. This is a function. I'm going to draw something. Yes. I'm drawing text. Yeah. That says hello world. And it's going to be at this location, I think. I'm not sure if that's the size of the location. Probably the location, but I don't know. You could try it and find out. That's the loading, the drawing, loading music. It's like really obvious. The Winky, is it? So once you kind of do the very basic beginning thing, so like my whole thing is, I think referencing only works when you know the thing. So like when people say, like, I use Arch Linux, right? And if you didn't know Arch Linux and you were like, I don't know how to do this thing, I'm having a problem, I tried to install Arch Linux and I'm not getting a desktop or something, and I was to tell you, read the manual, that's not going to help you at all, because you have no point of reference. Like, you don't know what you're doing. A reference manual is not going to tell you what to do. If you're trying to learn how to speak Mandarin and I said, well, here's a dictionary in Mandarin, learn it, that's not going to work. That's not how learning works. So Love 2D and Lua is very simple. So you can, like, I think there's a very simple like tutorial thing in the beginning, probably getting started. I'm sure there's like some simple that is pretty simple, but is there a little tutorial? Build Love 2D tutorial. Okay, we got some outside websites there probably. Didn't want to go to an outside website, but let's check one out. So if you're like following along with this stuff and you're like, okay, it's pretty good, and then you go back to the website when you've got your feet wet and you know a little bit of things, then you can start clicking into here, and this reference is really good. If you're already a good programmer, references will work for you. But if you're not a programmer and you don't understand, the references aren't going to do anything for you. So this is very easy to learn. It works really well. It's vastly different experience to me than Python. When you do get used to it, which is a very short amount of time, the reference works really well. Now you can use the reference and you can figure things out, or you can look stuff up very easily and quickly. So it's very good. You're not going to learn directly from the reference. You're going to use the reference after you've already figured some stuff out. So that and Pygame has that as well, and Pygame 0 also have that, but you're in Python land. I think Pygame was fine once I understood what I was doing. Like, you need to know what you're doing before the references can work. And I think people use Pygame NG now or something. I don't know. I haven't messed with Python in a long time. Getting started, docs probably. So this is pretty good too. I just don't like how Python breaks very easily. And Python, I tried to make some videos on Python, and I was so frustrated just to make the videos on Python because the LSP was battling me. The Python language was battling me the whole time, and it was just infuriating to work with. I didn't have any of these problems with Love2D. Yeah. So that's why I was saying those negative things. Don't like Python. I don't think it's a good language. I don't think anybody should use it for any reason. I just don't think it's a good language at all. And it's used way too much. And JavaScript, it's the same or worse. It's worse than Python, right? It's terrible. Awful language. You have to use it for the web. You shouldn't use it for anything else. And you should also not try to make everything a web thing because it's awful. It's a terrible language. Yeah. But I did like Forth and Cobalt. I didn't think they were terrible. Python I thought was terrible. Cobalt, it's fine. I liked it. It's fine. I don't know. So yeah. So I was just saying the things that I don't like. There are some things that I don't like. I got to try a bunch of languages. Ruby, I really liked Ruby, except Gosu does not allow you to set the window icon, which is my test for if LLMs are lying to me or not. Let's try an LLM. What is this? What are we doing here? What is this? I don't want to sign in. I guess I'm not using it then because I ain't signing in. What? Didn't used to have to sign in. Do I have to sign in here? I don't use it that much, so I guess I'm. Huh? Maybe they started doing that. Okay, let's try Google then. I'm just gonna play dumb for a second here and see what it says. Blah, 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 blah. Well, directly. So I already know the answer. It does. It does have. It's called GoSue. GoSue. Yeah, here it is. GoSue. It would do a little gem install. Super. Okay, so they have gotten better. I haven't asked this question in like a year or two. They used to also always give me like just, and this is my video. So the way it got its information is probably from me complaining on my video about how you can't set an icon in GoSue. But before that, it would be like, um, what is it? API simply lacks an attribute. Yeah. So it used to tell me all the time, use this, use self icon, But now it's, it's probably scanned my video or somebody else's. Set icon. Nope, that's not Gosu. Either it's properly scanned the docs or it scanned my video. I specifically complain about this in the video. But it used to just always tell me, like all the AI models used to just constantly tell me, oh yeah, you just set it like this and you can't. And if you go to the Gosu GitHub page, they don't have a reason why. They say, what's the reason? It's like it's already implemented or something, and it's not. It's not implemented. You can't do it. It doesn't make sense. So anyway, I did like Ruby though. So I don't have anything bad to say about Ruby. So I hated Python with a passion. I used Ruby and Ruby was wonderful. I don't like what do you call it? Classes and stuff like that. And Ruby is all classes and stuff like that. But besides that fact, if I'm using classes, Ruby felt great. So I really liked Ruby. It was a great language. I didn't have any issues. I didn't have any headaches with it. And it's supposed to be Ruby is known to be a very user happy language or whatever. So yeah, I really loved Ruby. Ruby was great. It's not, I want to go lower than Ruby, so it's not for me, but I liked it. If I did another project in Ruby, it would not be a bad thing, you know. And Lua as well. Lua is grand. I love Lua. Python was my first language and my most hated. Tried JavaScript as well. I've done some stuff, and even for my son, I converted some stuff over to JavaScript. I don't like JavaScript. I don't know what crack pipe they're smoking with JavaScript. It's terrible. It's kind of like C++. It's got a problem. Um, so I don't like C++. That yeah, I don't really like C++. I really don't like JavaScript though. Rust, I don't have an opinion on it because I haven't used it enough. I've used it somewhat. I have some complaints about Rust. That's not specifically the language. It's well, part of it. The mental overhead is going to be a problem. It's going to cause bugs, and it uses a package manager, which is immediately going to be a security nightmare. So I don't think I think people should be very cautious of writing programs in Rust. So I think when you write programs in C, you're already cautious because you know that this is potentially a very dangerous language to write in. And then you're told that Rust is safe and Rust is not safe. Rust is potentially more dangerous than C. You know, like C++ is the most dangerous probably. You know, is dangerous. C++ more dangerous. But Rust has a false sense of security that is truly false. So it's even more dangerous because people are going there trying to be safer, believing they're being safer, but it's a trick, I think. So with the package manager, it's bad times. You know, like how are you distributing malware right now through package managers? So, and the package manager means everything becomes you don't write any code yourself. You use everybody else's library that somebody else wrote. So every project you do pulls in 5,000 different packages from other places, none of which you understand what they put into their package. And now you've been owned by their package manager. So the Rust I have, that's my problem with Rust is their package manager and the mental overhead. Mental overhead is going to cause bugs. Other than that, it has the memory safety, somewhat memory safety. In certain circumstances, it has memory safety over C. Um, but C is a very old language. The reason why I like C is because I'm learning. So I don't want anything hidden from me. So that's why I'm not doing it because it's like the safest or the best or anything. I'm doing it because it is a basic language, and everything is there for me. Like if I make a mistake, I see the mistake. If how something works, I literally see how the thing works. It's not nothing's hidden from me. So that's why I think C is the best teaching language, the language everybody should learn. It's a learning language. It's definitely whether it's the like to make modern software, you probably want to use something else, not C, or you need to do C very safely. you need to be very focused on writing your C code that is safe. And I think a lot of people write really lazy C code, really dangerous, lazy C code. That's what I see. Even compiling from SDL2 and SDL3, those guys are writing unsafe, lazy C code. So, yeah. So I think people know C is unsafe. People falsely believe C++ is better when it's wildly more unsafe. And then Rust, people believe it's even safer when it's got big other problems. Trying to remember who the other guy, Mark. Oh, was he in is it Looking Glass or something? They're talking about the ECS. Who's this? Okay, I'll just write some code then. That's what I was meant to be doing this whole time, but wasn't. Just yapping. Not sure what I changed on this page. What did I change? Whatever. I'm gonna save it because I'm not working on that file. And this is also a 32. So this one I'm getting back an ID, right? Get rect from, yeah, okay. So I'm getting back an ID from an image ID. Say PRL. Oops. So okay, return false. So this is an F rect. Should be. If image ID is -1, I'm already checking that here. Why am I checking again? I don't need to check it again. I probably added this in later, this check, or maybe the check wasn't even here. So this can go away, and this buffer push is going to look like this. Okay, buffer push, this RID, good. Okay, we don't do SDL query, and these are going to return an int. So this is a problem too. I don't know if I should change my library about this, because my let me look at something real quick. No, it's not going to be in there because it's the okay, so I keep an int. But what do I use that for? I think maybe I should change that to a float. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm like, I'm just wondering if I use this int anywhere or if this is just holding the size that I return and I should just convert it over to a float in my library. So let's see. This is going to be called what did I call it? Called it width and height. So let's just find width and see if it's ever. So when I'm creating a texture, I don't think I ever use this function because this just creates a blank texture, right? So I send in an int. That's going to be an int max size. So it is, I do send it in as an int to OpenGL. Okay. So it is, in fact, OpenGL does use an int. What are you working on? So I am so it's kind of hard to explain. I have a library thing that that is like allows me to open windows and you know it's like a game library. Open window, get keyboard input, mouse input, draw 2D or 3D on the screen, mostly 2D, and then I have and that's like my little game library, and then I have a different library that runs a server that uses that game library that allows you to write a game, say instead of in C but in Bash. So it's like almost like a binding for it. So I was I'm converting over the shell game one that uses the shell scripts, but I was trying to decide because I'm switching things over from SDL2 to my own library, and I was trying to decide why I'm returning ints from these and if they do need to be ints internally. So I'm looking at my actual texture, how my actual texture is implemented. And it does seem that I'm sending in OpenGL ints, not, these are ints, not floats, right? So they're expected to be ints. Let's see if I can get a, come on, give me, I want, GL size I, size I. So what's size I versus the GL int? GL size I. Okay. Oops. Didn't want to open that. I don't know what that is. Okay. So let's look. I'm just going to look up real quick. What's the difference between GL size I and GL int? Just going to Google it, whatever. And OpenGL, both GL size I and GL int are 32-bit signed integers, but they have, so they're both the same. They're both ints. Okay, so no problem. It looks like I've accidentally opened a split screen that I can't close now. So whatever. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to leave, they're all floats, but textures return ints, I guess. I think STL3 does returns floats, but it's, if my internal thing is an int, it's an int then, I guess. Back into here, and we are in the server part. We were in SG-Rex. So the reason why I was looking for that, because the very bottom here of this, right down here, this query, my function is not called query, but my function returns an int, but my rectangles to draw images use floats. So that's why I was trying to decide whether it should be an int or a float. But since internally my texture is using an int, it's going to still be an int. So I'm going to do this way. It's going to be int 32 t, and we'll say width equals 0. So I need to do this middleman thing because I can't directly set it because the rect is a float, not an int. So I can't send in a float to get it populated inside of a function. Well, you might be able to. I don't know. With my stricter rules, I can't do that. So basically, I need to populate the rect width and the rect height. That's what I need to do. So my function call is, what did I do? A new keyboard, so I'm pressing the wrong things all the time. So it's going to be PRL get texture size, and then we give it the texture, which is right here. And after that, we send in the address to 2 ints. And if this fails, log error. And we'll just say this function failed. Error. So the SGs are this shell game server, and the PRLs are my own programming Rainbow library. That is kind of like my little game library. Get text size failed. So that, and we'll just return false. Okay, so that's going to replace this guy right here. Okay, so, and then we're pushing this. So this push buffer is a like kind of dynamically resizable buffer. So it starts out with an initial capacity, and then if it exceeds that, it pushes in. So that's heap allocation. So since I'm doing heap allocation in this function, I'm giving real kind of logging of errors if it ever fails, if anything goes wrong. And also we sent these in, but we didn't do anything with them. So almost a bug there. I need the, let's back it up to what it looked like a second ago. Rect. Yeah, this guy right here is what I need to set it to. So this needs to be cast to a float because it's an N32. Okay, that should sort it. So I had to do it more complicated because these are floats and this sending these in are ints. So that's why I was trying to see if maybe these should be floats internally, but if I am in fact sending it into OpenGL as ints, then it needs to still be ints. Okay, so that looks like this one is good. Make sure that there's no problems in here. There's one function name change since the last time I was in here. Why did it do that? Keep hitting the wrong keys. That's an R. Okay, that's all that needs to happen there, I think. Those are still correct. Okay. Okay, I know parser. I'm a little bit afraid of going into these parsing ones. Music as well, because I don't have a good implementation of music. I'm just usually putting my PRL sound there. This is not correct though, because I basically haven't implemented music correctly. I'm just using OpenAL sound, but I need to write some wrapper functions for things. But that's fine. Main. Ugh. Oh, this is, yeah, all these are going to fail. So SG pipe. Okay, and then I've changed the names of these. Let's look in the pipe one real quick, see what it's called. Pipe server run. Called this now. Okay. All these other ones are the same idea. This one is socket. Yeah. Shared. Sorry, I didn't see you asking a question. What are you working on? Do you have the push buffer implemented? Yeah, I do. I do have it implemented. So all of this is actually working code. Let me just show you real quick. I'm not going to explain it all because I kind of did this on stream like 10 times already, and people probably getting tired of me saying it. But I'll just show it working. Not using my current library, but using SDL2. So this is, and you can get this on GitHub. Let's see. Pull it up. Show you. Yeah, that's there. So what I'm about to show you is just like totally here. If you want to play with it yourself. I haven't put anything new on GitHub for a long time because I don't like Microsoft, and I also don't want my code being stolen for AI. I don't mind people using it, but like AI using it's a whole different thing. And Microsoft owning it and doing whatever they want with it is also another problem. But this is shell game. This is kind of like if you want to write a game in Bash, an SDL2 game in Bash, you know. And the documentation is pretty decent, I guess, for just me being a nothing project. You know, it does have documentation down here. It says how to, what you need on your system, assuming you're on Arch, by the way. And then it gets into usage. It's got a simple example program. This is all Bash. I threw in some neural network stuff just in case you want to play with neural networks. It's not really important or related, but these are all the different function calls that you would do inside of Bash. And so, yeah, that's there if you want to look at it. And this is it running. So this is already compiled. So I'm just going to call one of the example projects. Let's do it with pipe. So here there is this server program. That's the one I was porting over. Here's the code for it. And this is the actual compiled. I've already compiled it. And here are the example projects. These are, they work in Bash or ZSH. And you can do it with different backends. This is STD, this is socket, this is shared, this is a pipe client backend. The recommended is pipe. It works in Windows and Mac, or not Windows, sorry. I don't know if anything works in Windows, just assume it doesn't. It works in Linux and Mac. So the example here, Yellow Snow, here's Yellow Snow, and I'm using the pipe backend. And this is like a C STL server, and the game, all the game logic is happening in Bash. So, and I unlocked the FPS, so it's using delta time and everything else, you know. Yeah. And let me go fix that delta time thing. So this is the actual Bash code right here. It's all Bash. It's all native Bash. These are the commands. Basically, you're sending a string to the C server through whatever backend you're using. It's gonna implement this Bash function that is the one that sends the command. And usually these commands get an answer back, depending on what type of command. Setting things don't get an answer back, but getting things do. And they will populate, where is it? Reply. Reply gets populated if you do get. And if you do anything with an array, you'll get an array answer back. Which is just there. It just exists. If you forget to use it, it's still there. But I have an FPS thing that I unlocked down here. Let's see if we can just fix that real quick. So I've set it to 6,000. So that all that's in Bash, and then and it launches the C server up and everything. So I was converting this over to my own library, and there's other examples here. Let's see. There's a mouse one, game of life. life. Let's try that one. So this is actually pretty intensive. If I showed you my CPU right now, I'm using the HX370. That's got like 12 cores and 24 threads. You'll see that this is actually hitting my CPU really hard. The other game was not. The other game, even at like 600 FPS or whatever, was not hitting my CPU hard at all. This one is, because this is the problem of how many of these squares are there in this 2D array, and each one of those need to go around and check everything around it, and it's just loop intensive. So I tried to multi-thread it in Bash, so it ends up being a little bit crazy. So if you see my CPU on this one, let's see. I'll just pull up here a terminal and do an htop. You see that it's like, it's doing 70% of like all of my cores, you know. That's, and this one I can pause it. I can show the speed. Yeah. I think I can speed it up. So I can pause it, and I can actually click on the screen and make them appear or disappear depending on, you know, like what I do. Right? And so you can add in ones. I can clear the screen. I forget what clear is. Oh, that's the random. And that's the clear. So I can make those little the gliders, you know, just by drawing it, you know. So yeah, it's game of life. So all this with the mouse interactions and everything, this is all talk between the server and you should see my thing settle down here, right? So if we go back to that other one, the yellow snow one, you're not going to see my CPU do the same with that. Let me get my see here, it's mostly just chill now. It's running one of the CPUs. I think it's because it's also only running at 60, but it's this is single threaded. So even if I run it up to 600, it would only run one core up. And my CPU is only running at 10 watts right now too. So it's like chilling. But yeah, so that's what it is. If you like this whole idea, you can check it out on GitHub, Programming Rainbow, Shell Game, and this is SDL2 version. So this is assuming you have SDL2 or you have you can get SDL2 or whatever on your system, and then you will need to compile the server. So my server is C code that uses SDL2. So it's like a C server running. So there is, where is it? It should explain it. So if you're on Arch Linux, you would just your normal SDL2 packages, and then you clone this project. You go into this project and you just make the server. You do not, excuse me. When I said there's different backends, the one to use is pipe. So I did make a little client backend that is really slow and terrible. So you do not need this. It's optional. It's very slow. So it compiles the client one. Do not even use this. It's garbage. But this one will work. And then you can just start calling bash, whatever, and you can just make your games or use the example ones, and it should be good to go. So is what type safe? How do you have that push? Okay, I'm going to show you the push buffer. Sorry about that. I'll get to the buffer then. I should show the buffer. So this does work on Mac as well. So this is all like older code, and I tried to document all the little commands, and you can check it out. That's it's a project. So I'm gonna just get rid of this. We've done talking about this, I hope. Okay, so he was asking about the buffer. So it's just a simple thing. So what it's doing is basically I just wanted kind of a generic buffer. Hold on, my laptop is not plugged in because my keyboard is plugged in. That's silly. Telling me I've got like 10% battery life. There we go. So so the way it's not totally generic, obviously, because I have a union here. Basically, could be one of these. But these are known types, right? My server is only ever going to have an image or a rectangle or a text or a sprite or a sound or music, right? It might sound and music might collapse down. I don't know, because I haven't implemented them fully. Okay, so it's going to be one of these basically. And these are, you know, like you can see what these would be. So this is a text where there is lots of information in here. But if we look at, say, a rect, it's a lot less information, right? The first thing all of these have is it in use? Man, I can't remember why I used the in use now. Because I used a -1, 2, and an in use. I'm probably confusing myself. This was like 8 months ago. I originally wrote this. But anyway, the rect is here. Whether this is, so like I may free this. So if I have a buffer and I have an initial capacity of say 10, and I make, I push an item onto this buffer, it's going to be in a slot 0, right? And then if I go to push a new one, it's going to say, well, is there anything in slot 0? Yes, there is. Okay. Is there anything in slot 1? And then it's going to push it into slot 1, right? So if I ever delete something in slot 0, this bool will be false, right? So that's what that's doing. This is the actual rect, which is just 4 floats. And then I have this thing about, I want to know if I should anchor this thing. When I move it around, am I talking about the top left or the top right or the bottom left or the center or whatever? So I have this kind of anchor thing I can do. That's in conjunction with this X and Y float. So based on what the anchor is and what these are is where this rect should be. And I can rotate it, right? Or flip it. So that's that. And it's, each one of the thing is some kind of thing like this. It's going to have an in-use thing and some other stuff inside. And this one, nothing is heap allocated. But in the music one, there's heap allocated music. And in the picture one, the sprite or the image one, there's going to be a lot of heap allocated stuff. So back over to the buffer. So it's going to be one of these. We don't know what it is, and they're just pointers anyway, right? So when we originally make the buffer, we set an element size. So when we ask a buffer to be one of these, it's going to be the size of whatever that is. So whatever the size of the struct is, that's the element size. And then we have the increment size is how much we're going to increase the buffer if we reach capacity. So let's see this being actually implemented. I haven't looked at this code in like 8 months. I've just been converting it. So holy game. So ignore all the errors because a bunch of stuff is changing over, but let's just find a buffer. So this looks like where I'm doing the buffers. So the buffer already exists there. It exists. It's like it's a container. So I'm saying the element size is going to be the size of text. This is actually changed now to SG text, but anyway, whatever. This hasn't been fixed. But so I'm just manually setting the element size and the capacity that it'll increase by. This is going to be like when I exceed the buffer size, which it's actually 0 to begin with, right? So my capacity is 0, and my what do you call it? INC is for increment. My increment size is going to be 10. So since it's literally not going to be anything starting out because I calc this. So these are all zeroed out except for me setting this and this. So when we go into buffer, capacity is still zeroed out, right? So then when I go into this function push buffer, let's get over to the buffer. So here's push buffer, yeah? So I first make sure that I got a good pointer to a buffer and a pointer to an item. I don't know what the item is. It's a void star because it could be a rectangle, an image, or a string, text or something. I don't know what it is. And I want back what ID that this went into. Well, if it's 0 initially and I double 0, it's still going to be 0. But the true answer is that's just what I wrote. Like you can skin this cat like 10 different ways, right? So I'm sure there's way better ways to do this. This is just the way that I decided to do it. That seemed to work. So so when I push the buffer, I'm making sure that I have a valid pointer for these 3 items. If any of them are invalid, I can't do anything, right? Because I won't be able to send back the ID. I won't be able to deal with the item I've got. I won't be able to do with the buffer or whatever. So so now I need to find an available index, right? That like one that's not in use yet. So I set my index to 0, and then I start cycling through the buffer, right, while the buffer is less than capacity. So if the capacity is already 0, this is going to fail out, right? So then if it you know, like if it is either 0 or it's exceeded, right? Like let's say the index was started out 0 and my capacity was 10, but it never found an empty spot. So this thing ends up being 10 at the end, right? So if 10 is, you know, if the capacity is equal to the index, then we got a problem. Our buffer is full or our buffer was empty. One of those two. So we are going to take the increment size. We basically arrow out if somebody tried to set the increment size to 0, because that's not going to be good enough. So we're just checking. We're also making sure the element size is not 0. Well, what do you mean map for is use? Bitmap. Let me look it up. I have no idea what you're saying, so I'm probably just dumb. Yeah, this is too complicated though. I really just need a bool. Like you could do it this way too. You could do it. I'm just doing the simple thing. So so I'm making sure that none of these things are 0, because that would fail out. And so now I'm just going to calloc, right? And then make sure that didn't fail. And then if I had data, I need to copy that. You know, if I had an old capacity, I need to copy it over to the new one. And then I set the new data pointer and hold on a second. I still have a little bit of a cold, so my throat is like froggy. So I free it here, and I didn't set it to null, and I should, because that's just terrible. Yeah. So I set the new data there to that buffer pointer, and then add the increased capacity. And what am I doing here? Oh, this is just writing the new data. So the whole point of all this stuff is I needed to push a new item, but my buffer wasn't big enough, so I had to increase the size of the buffer. Now I'm pushing the new item, and I don't know what the item is, so I'm just using uint8, you know, because it could be anything. I just need to know the size of it. Yeah, I do use bitwise operators, depending on what I'm doing. like I have this whole let me try to pull this up. I'm gonna forget about this stuff. So I was down this rabbit, and I'm coming back to this. So I get ideas and I start working on something, and then I stop working on it. So this is some project I worked on 8 months ago, and I just was like, well, I'm gonna bring it over to my new library thing now. And so sometimes I'm a little lost in the code. Another project I was working on. What is it? So let's see. So this is the CPU, I think. Yeah. So I was like, well, I'll just make a 6502 CPU and stuff. And so I was playing a lot with flags and stuff here, bit shifting and stuff like that. And you can see me doing different things here, you know. And this is basically a raw 6502 CPU with no, it just has memory and a CPU, you know, like if you feed it binary, it'll work. And defining flags here and everything else. And so it's just acting exactly like 6502. And this is going to be, I want to take my game engine and I have an idea for a game and it's going to have 6502s inside the game. But then I started, after I made this, I was like, well, I need to be able to take a 6502 assembly. So I need an assembler and I need a linter and I need a, what do you call it? I need basically a lexer and a parser, because to make a good linter, you need those things. And then I was like, well, I need to be able to write this code on the screen. But basically, I'm going to end up making a game that is going to be, you're going to be programming some elements inside your game of your things to do. You're going to be accessing them and programming them and you know, different things like that. So some of this stuff was using bit shifts and stuff like that. Some of it wasn't. And this is like me implementing every freaking, every mnemonic, you know, and like it's the, I went down a rabbit hole. It's like hard down a rabbit hole. Just like writing a software version of a 6502. And I was trying to be as absolutely highly accurate. Like I got the illegal opcodes, just like every single thing I wanted to act like the real chip works. But it doesn't have anything other than that. It just has memory and registers and everything, you know, like, so if I fed something into it, it will run and do something and spit something out, but it doesn't have any like screen on it or other things, you know, like it's just the CPU. So you can see like these are the bit, the mnemonics for the bit shift, the mnemonics for push A, you know, like are these the, oh, whoops, I didn't change anything, right? These are all the, and I have all this information on the side about like, because I was trying to understand all of it. Like it's a lot of information. A couple of years, but I don't have any formal training at all for like anything. I was trying to see what else is in the bottom, which is just, Yeah. So it's just basically, you know, like a whole 6502. But I was using bit shifts and stuff like that in here and other things because I wanted to act like the actual chip. So the chip with memory. So if I load something into memory, it should calculate. If I told it, you know, if I compiled some assembly that was a math program, you know, like that multiplied some numbers and put things in different registries, that it would do this. It would work. I did some test programs on here. Where was it? Then I was trying to figure out how to like make an assembler and stuff like that. I was just like going crazy. And I have some other stuff where I'm like writing languages and stuff, like just in weird stuff. I think this is, yeah. So yeah, I do it sometimes. I'm not crazy with bit shifts, but I do it where it's like appropriate, or bitwise operators, things like that, where it's obvious to do so. So yeah, this is my buffer. It's not like highly complicated, but like imagine you're in Bash, you need to tell it to load an image. It needs to go get that image, load it, and put it into memory for you. And you can tell it to delete it, but later on, if you close the program, it's going to go through and delete all that stuff for you too. So it's tracking that stuff for you. Did I change? So yeah, that's how I do the buffer. I have other stuff like I implemented another version of a buffer where I hide the metadata before the pointer, so I can use the buffer directly as an array. I forgot what I called that, and I also forgot where I put it in my code base because I jump in and out of projects and I'll try things out when I'm in a project folder and then forget where that code was. But it was like a stretchy buffer or whatever. It was another implementation of this buffer, and I kind of went hard on like macros on it and stuff. And I don't really like using macros, so I kind of shy away a little bit from it. What do you mean DS? You can see a lot of my projects on GitHub that I haven't put them up in like 8 months, but so also if you're on Linux and you're using this stupid this Realtek device, the kernel, it's infuriating the way the kernel handles this, but I had to do a driver for it. But that shell game thing I was just showing you, the bash inter-process communication. I did a new beginner's guide to C and SDL2. This NeoVim thing that's probably old. I posted this platformer just because this was some old throwaway code I had that wasn't really a project. And somebody wanted to play with it anyway, so I just chucked it up here, but it's nothing. Asteroids SDL3, 2, 3, 2. Neural networks in C, also neural networks in Bash. Beginner's Guide in C, NeoVim, Conway's Geno Life, C. I have some projects in like Haskell and COBOL and Forth and Python, C++, Lua, Ruby. So the data structure for this project that I'm changing, the one big thing that I'm changing is, this is why I haven't gone into these parsing things, but like when I'm parsing key, oh come, recover. So I have this crazy thing, like this thing has to parse strings, right? From that it's getting from Bash. So it comes into, where is it? The parser. Oh, come on, this one too. I don't know why I have these recover things because I keep not wanting to touch these. But I come in here and these helper functions are not needed anymore because of my string view library that you'll probably want to see. But I start doing all these things where I'm tokenizing the string, and you destroy the string when you do that, and then you're doing all these stir compares and everything else. And I'm doing this like lots of this stuff, right? Just tons of it. It's even in somewhere else. It's not the parser. It's in the server is the one that initiates it, right? Where is it? Where is it initially? Where is it? I'm trying to find the entry point to the parsing, like where it gets the. I thought it was here, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, it is here. I'm stupid. Okay, so I'm trying to get rid of this. I don't like this at all. Where you tokenize a string and it mangles the string, and then you keep calling this, and you just like pray that you're doing the right thing. And so I'm trying to get rid of that. So I do have this like string view that I've been working on that I'm going to replace all that stuff with the string view. So in my library here, so this string view, instead of doing all that stuff, I can use a string view or a string slice, and I don't have to mangle the original data, and I can be much quicker, and I don't need to allocate memory on the heap or anything like that. Finite state. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by the finite state, but this is what I'm doing. I'm doing a string view. So if I have a string, I'm getting a string from bash, right? String comes in, so a real string exists, and I don't want to mess with it. I want to use it, but I don't want to mess with it at all. So I'm going to slap it into a string view. So we're going to do this, which just basically gets a pointer to the string and a length, and it's like not mine. And then I can manipulate it, I can chop it, trim it, or I can tokenize it. Where is it? Where's my tokenizer? So I can do this. I can bring in a string view from the top, and I can spit out a string view, which will be a whatever my token is with a delimiter. And I'm never messing with the original string, and I'm never allocating space for anything. I don't need to do any of that. And then, so now I can use string compare to string compare as a comparative, or string view to a string to compare, or to a character. Or I can get back UN64, UN32, so on and so forth, all the way down to UN8, I64 down to I8. And I also have the floats, the F64 and F32, from a string view to an F64 or F32. So I'm going to be replacing all of the junk in here dealing with strings and this token crap and all of this stuff. It's going to be using my string view. So that's another data type. I also use a what I call a cursor, which is like just a buffer with a pointer to some place in the buffer, which is a cursor. Just simple stuff like that. Finite state. Yeah, let me look it up real quick. But how is this going to work for strings? Yeah, I get the idea of this. This is just a simple, it just holds one state. But like, I'm talking about strings here, so I don't know that. I don't get that one. But yeah. So if you're asking about data, whatever structures, that's I'm switching over to all my own stuff, which is written slightly differently. But also, I'm replacing all this string stuff with my own string views because I don't want to deal with the C strings like this anymore. And I don't need this like string to uint 8 anymore because that's literally in my string view. String to I don't need this anymore because it's in my string view as well. And what's this unsigned long? I don't need this unsigned long. Into the float. YouTube. The server is for making games with a bash script. So if you wanted to make a game with a bash script, the bash script talks to a C server. Yeah. So this string to ID, I still need a thing with this because I need to verify the ID as an actual ID. Int to S value. I'll still need something like this too. I love them string comparing to null. Okay, string to ID. So I'm going to rename these. ID. So we won't use string. We'll use string view. Whoops. Don't know what I just did. It'll probably be SV to ID. So this is going to end up being a string view. And then I have the original one because I wanted to print out. But that can just be original string view as well. No AI coding. This is yeah. So I do look stuff up. With AI. I was using like Bing Chat. So like if I'm trying to figure something out new that I haven't done before, I will try to figure out how to write it, and then I'll copy that into like Bing Chat and ask it if I screwed something up, because it's actually, I find it can't write C code very well at all, but it can find bugs in C code like much better than it can write it. Plus, I don't need it to write it. I don't want, like I'm trying to write code. I'm not trying to let something else write code for me, but I do want to know if I've written something wrong. So I will copy into that and check. And sometimes it gives me real bugs that I didn't think of, or edge cases. And sometimes it makes up stuff. But I don't have any, I don't use anything outside of that. So it'd be something like this. I would do this. Let me show you exactly what I would do. And this is annoying because it's got me logged in. I don't know why. Oh, let's do this. So we can say, right, are we going into, okay, so let's look at something we just did here. Let's see if I made some bugs. or if it even has enough context to know. It'll probably complain. It'll probably tell me about this, you know, because these are could go out of range or something. Let's just see. I don't know what to ask it because I don't even think it has like a reference. So it is complaining. Out of bounds check. If you check name, you do not check if ID is greater than maximum capacity. This is actually okay because I check this before this function gets called. So it is right. Like, is the ID in range? Yes, that is actually, I will only ever get a real ID back. That check happens before this function though. So I don't need this because I would need code inside of this function that checks the ID. The code actually is outside. It's that in the parser, is it? This one here would be checking to make sure it's a real ID before that function gets called. But I would do that. I would do something like this, you know, like I would ask it if I don't know about something, especially if it's something new and I can't figure it out, and there could be things that I'm not thinking of, or you know, or I just want somebody to pat me on the back and tell me everything's great. But I don't do any. That's how I use AI, or maybe I'm a concept that I don't understand. Like you were saying something before that I didn't know. I might just, if it's like a concept, I might just ask the AI to explain the concept to me. It's very good if you like just need a place to start from. Like if you don't have any, what do you call it? Any, you know, if you don't know anything about the subject, you just need a starting place. Even if the information the AI gives you is wrong, at least you started somewhere, and then you can read something else or something. Yeah. I may take a break, though. Not really anybody's watching this anyway, so. Yeah. But this is going to be a feat right here. Let's see. Got the buffer. So these are going to be changed to string views. So I'll call it, what is it? Call it string view and original, something. And index. String view to ID. So this will be the ID coming back out of here. Sorry, they're making a lot of noise over there. And then we'll call this original SV. I don't know if I still need the original one, but whatever. Maybe just the original string because I'm just using it as a printout here. So I probably don't need to worry about a string view for that one because I just need the original string. So in this, my string view coming in, I can use my function that is I think it's that. And that's not right. But this is comparing to a string, so and then we'll just say to null. Okay, so yeah. Now, I always forget this one. This is the inverse. So if these are the same, I'm going to get true out of this. But what do I want for this? If they're not the same, maybe? Return true. What was I doing logically here? It's null. Yeah. Okay. So it is inverse. My brain is like stopped working. So I should be able to just replace that with this. And I change this to ID. Now we have this stir to integer. Is that what it is? Integer? Index. Is that stir to I? Is that what is this? This right here is integer, right? F, yeah, it must be integer. I, it returns an integer value. Okay, so this is where I check to see if, like first for it to be an ID, it needs to be an integer. So this needs to be an integer. What is this doing? String to integer, string index. Is it just checking to see if it is an integer? That's it? Oh, is this already a pointer coming in? It's ID. It's already a pointer. Okay. So this would be SV, and this will be ID, and that's it. I don't know if we need this original string thing, or we would have to put it here. Okay, so that's populating that. Okay, so yeah. All right. That's populating that, or it's returning false. And I want to print out what it was printing out as the failure before. So this one, it would, if it failed, it would be printing not a valid integer, something like that. Original string. It prints out two error messages. Okay, it says it's not a valid integer, and then this is not correct. I will just follow what it was before I decide to change it or not. So your string view implementation is all done, and now yeah. So this sorry, this thing right here, this shell game server thing, was all written for SDL2. So I'm migrating it from SDL2 to my own game library, which is not necessarily fully done. So the SDL2 version of this is on GitHub. So that version is on GitHub. This is so I have my own implementation now of a game library called Programming Rainbow Library, which is not on GitHub. I haven't put anything on GitHub in like 9 months or something. Where is it? I'm like scrolling back and forth. So right here, this is my this is my replacement for like SDL. So it's an OpenGL thing. So I can open up like xlib. I compile it for a backend. It's either going to be an xlib, xcb, Wayland, or a SDL3, 2, or GLFW. And all of those backends are just to open a window and be able to get keyboard input, mouse input, and be able to resize window, full screen window, things like that. So it's dealing with the window and input. And for all of those, except for GLFW, I also take the keyboard and make sure no matter what language you're in, that the keyboard, that's what's printed on the keyboard is what it does. Yeah. So, okay. So what this is just ignore this SDL2 bit right here for a minute, right? Just ignore those completely. So what I have here is, say in xlib, I want a game library like SDL2, right? So I compile with xlib. That is my implementation of making a window and being able to resize windows and everything in xlib, and also getting keyboard input and things like that. That's my implementation. And then it's xlib EGL. So I can now, I have another part of this here that is the OpenGL loader that loads all my GL functions. So I don't use GLAD or glue or anything like that. I have my own implementation that loads in the function pointers for OpenGL. And then my OpenGL stuff here is going to be for loading meshes, a 2D render, a 3D render, loading textures to OpenGL, things like that. The sound I gave up, and I just used OpenAL as a sound. So that is just a wrapper for OpenAL library. So all of that's going to give me something that's like SDL2, where it's a complete replacement, right? The problem is xlib only works on Linux because it's xlib. So I have a separate implementation that's xcb that is not using xlib. It's using xcb instead. And that implementation, I could compile for that as my target instead. Or if I want to use Wayland, I can target Wayland. But this doesn't get me onto Mac. Have I gone insane using Wayland? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Wayland. Let's just say I'm not a fan of Wayland at all. So I can compile to any one of these, right? And this is the way I would do that. Would be, this is my library. I compile my library, and then the actual library will be right here, lib_prl_so. So I compile to a backend, yeah? So if I compile the Wayland one there, I compiled Wayland, and now we launch a game. Let's say Asteroids, yeah? And we got a little 3D monkey, right? Yeah. Yeah, you get it? So this is Wayland, yeah? So there's no SDL2, SDL3 at all in the mix there. That's just Wayland. And then I can do the same thing for like, and the little icon and everything else that you see. So same thing, it recompiled the library, and now I use Asteroids. I'm using the same binary. The binary is trying to use the same library. So the the library is the same no matter what backend I compile it to. The functions are always going to be the same. And you can see that my little ship is here. So you'll see that even though I didn't recompile asteroids, it's fine. So if we go to GLFW, now GLFW, I'm just using it as a wrapper to make the window and to get the input. So if I do the GLFW one, you'll notice that we do not have an icon now. Yeah, we have a Wayland icon now instead of my little ship icon. And we see why. It'll say error. Oh no. Oh, what? Oh, there was a cube mesh that ignore this error. This is not important. That's a different thing. That's a different thing. Come on. These errors have nothing to do with anything. Let me just fix it real quick. I was trying to enable the 3D elements, and one of the things was a cube, but I didn't actually load the cube, so it's complaining that the cube is not there. Where was this? This is in source. I got a whole bunch of different code going on in here. Because I get one idea and I go in and do something else. And so game. So here's the cube stuff down here, but I think at some point I told it to render the cube. And there's no cube to render, so it's like complaining. It's not crashing, it's just saying, hey, this mesh for the cube is null, so I can't do nothing. So it's probably in the drawing. So this is how I'm drawing things. I'm clearing the window. I'm beginning a render 2D. I'm drawing the background, which is render 2D, and then I'm ending that. That's going to end that and push it to the buffer. And then I'm going to begin 3D drawing, right? And I'm trying to draw a monkey, which I do draw, but I also try to draw a cube, which doesn't exist. That's where I was getting that error from. And then I end that 3D, and then I do a new 2D drawing, and I'm drawing the game on top of that. So you can kind of stack them. Yeah. So yeah, I do have an implementation of Wayland. You want to hold on? Let me try to recompile. Okay, so now I shouldn't have all those error messages because the cube, but it's going to complain. Let's see where it says with the here it is right here. Wayland platform does not support window icon. So the GLFW backend for Wayland does not support icon, but my own Wayland backend does. So if I put Wayland here, which is my Wayland implementation, not the GLFW wrapper. I didn't need to compile it again. I could have just ran it. But now you see a little spaceship there. So yeah, so anyway, that's my library. So it's not totally done either. Like the sound is not fully implemented, and it took me forever to get to text writing and stuff like that going. But yeah, this is the XCB. This looks like what it looks like to open a window and stuff like that. I call it platform. So destroy the window, and there's these atoms that you use with xlib. And here's me creating a window, right? And it's all very complicated because there's lots of stuff going on. Okay, so let's look at the Wayland one. And this is Wayland targeting EGL because I'm going to use an OpenGL. So this is the same implementation of the functions. I mean, obviously there's more functions, but they're not the implementation of like create window and things like that, that the header, the public facing header files see. So let's get down to, yeah, this is all Wayland boilerplate stuff. This is me destroying the Wayland thing. There's so much stuff going on in here. Destroy the window, and here's the create window. So this is the same, this is me implementing the same function. I have never done any kernel stuff, and I haven't done any ARM 8, right? Is ARM V8 64-bit? Right? Is the V7 the 32-bit and the V8 64, or is that different? but this is my Wayland implementation. So basically, I have this implementation over and over again, and I also do this stuff with the keyboard. Yeah. So for when you see the SDL 32, and what I'm doing is I'm doing a wrapper around their thing. It's just for the window part, just to make the window. Doesn't do anything with OpenGL or anything. All that stuff is still the same. So, and we got to do stuff before on Apple, Apple Silicon. So here's me creating the window, same kind of thing, implementing the same function. But I have to do other stuff for restoring the window, for pulling the events is differently. It's got to look different because what I'm doing is I'm populating my own version. I have all these different arrays of the key is down, the key is up, the key is in what position right now. The mouse buttons are up or down, or they've been pressed, they've been released, or they're in what position right now. So I have 3 arrays for the keyboard, 3 arrays for the mouse, and then also the mouse movement, logical and real, like the real location of the mouse and the logical within the context of what your game window was supposed to be, the render size. So all of this stuff is separate in each platform one to make it look the exact same for whatever code you write. You don't need to care about that. So yeah, so there's kind of a wrapper around C and SDL 2 and 3, but I just added those in as an afterthought because I had already implemented Wayland and XCB and XLib, and this made it so I could try it out on a MacBook. Huh. I mean, I'm working on, I'm trying to make a game. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make a game on Steam, but the game I want to make is probably too hard for me to make. So I'm like getting there. I'm like, I'm going to make a game, but first thing I'm going to do is make a game library. And make a 6502 processor and that's going to be inside the game. And, so yeah, so that's kind of like all the, so this is all implemented. Like I don't have a library for, loading images or loading meshes. That's all done myself. For text, I had to use Sean Barrett's library. But yeah, I hope that explains what all that was. Main. Oh, I didn't even finish this one. This is what in out. I don't know if that's right. That's not right. Yeah, that's kind of why I've been like pushing on this, because I do want to, like, I have some ideas. So basically I want to make a game, and I figured what's the simplest version or the simplest step to that game first, because I do have some like plans later on as well, but like you just need to get there. So basically I started working hard on my own library, and then I ended up replacing more and more and more until it's just all mine. And then I'm taking this old project I had with the shell game thing, converting that, which means I have to add more stuff to my library because I'm missing some music stuff in the library, and I'm missing a way to do bubble text and stuff like that. So I'm going to have to implement that. And then I'm going to have to start working on lexers and parsers for the game and other stuff. And getting tie-in with like Steam, their library, the Steam library and stuff like that. Let's see. I'm going to just copy what that was. This STDN. What is that called? Is that not right name? Oh, it's just like that. Okay. Okay, that's good enough for that. Buffer. I don't think I was meant to be in this file yet. What was the one I was working on a second ago? I was probably in this one. Okay, so I don't need these helpers anymore, but I do need the string view to ID, and I was going to implement the, yeah, that's what I did. I was going to, implement the printing, which is these two. You know, in nothing, what? You know, in nothing, there is security issue. It doesn't verify the font file. Yeah, so I'm sure it does a lot of things. So let's go let's go look at that real quick. Let me paste in this thing that I'm holding on to. So Sean Barrett's thing, it's like frustrating because I don't like it, but also he's smarter than me. So like, what can I say? So I started replacing it, but I just wanted something on the screen. I was getting fatigued. So not this one. In here. So Sean Barrett's, where is it? I have this font here, but I think this is something I was working on. This is being ignored right now, as far as I know. And where is STB here? So I have to like tell my compiler to ignore his library. So I have to I have to tell it to ignore all this stuff when looking at his library and then put it back. So if I'm pushing all my compiler, where's the make file? So I compile with all the very strictly. Like I don't let any I try to be as strict as humanly possible. So his will just not compile if I do that, right? If I were to get rid of these, right, and then tried to compile. Come on. Yeah, it's just not, it's kind of like, this is what I get. It won't even compile for me because I treat all warnings as errors. Hold on one second. I'm also, if you, so I'm not comparing the string view to null. I'm comparing it to a string called null. You know what I mean? Like the actual 4-character string null is what I'm comparing it to. Because in Bash, I can send null as an actual part of my command. If I want to tell it, hey, the first rectangle is null, I just use the whole thing. right? I'm not going to give you an index for the first rectangle. I just send in the word null as part of the string. So this string compare is actually saying, it's not saying if the string view is null. It's saying if the actual string in the string view is the character's null. That's what I'm comparing it to. So if that makes sense, it's like the actual string null. But anyway, this is back to the share. I'll show it in a second here. Back to the Sean Barrett thing. Like, this is what I get. Like, I don't like any of this. Like, my code would not fly like this. But he is smarter than me, so I don't know what to say about this. I'm more paranoid in my code than this. Like, yeah, and it just keeps going. I don't even know how far this goes. It just like it will never compile. And my stuff, any warning, any one of these will stop the compilation, right? So that's one thing. So I do all these to allow his, but I was also re-implementing his library myself. But again, he's way smarter than me. Like, it's cool. I'm trying to implement it, but like, I don't understand half of it. So for right now, just to get something working, I do use his because it works. But it's wrapped. His thing is wrapped, right? Like I'm when I go to load a file, I'm going to make sure the file path is not null first, but I'm sure it's not perfect. I'm sure there's problems and stuff like that. You know, you can never be like perfect, but I do program as paranoid as possible. You know, yeah. So I don't know if that was what you were asking about. If he doesn't he doesn't check null on it. I check null on mine when I'm loading the font file. It's right here. Sorry, file path, which I shouldn't use the underscore. I should remove it. But I make sure if it equals null, I'm bailing out, right? Open true. I'm not sure what you mean by open it first thing is warning, but yeah, like I'm wrapping his thing. We got some noise happening here. Open first thing is warning in text. Is what file do you mean? Open true type H. First thing is warning. This file. Yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of like, yeah. This doesn't work for every text and everything else, right? It's only work for a subset. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with this because this is so complicated. I'm not smart enough to, you know what I mean? I did start re-implementing what I need from this, right? But it might be months before I get into it. Because again, and I will not understand it. But I started making, my own stuff. This isn't even it, actually. What is this? No, this is not even it. This is different code. Where's the, hold on. I hope I didn't delete it. It must be up here. Yeah, so when I was originally trying to get just some text to go, I shot every AI at it that I could get just to get text on the screen that wasn't totally, and they all gave me the same wrong text. So they were all trained on the same wrong information. But after prompting one for like, I don't know how long, I initially got something, and it's nothing near what I have now, but it was like initially just something. I was like, okay, now I got a starting point, and I kept changing it. But one of the first things I did when I just got something working, I was like, right, well, can I just start replacing these functions with my own functions? And I did a little bit. Where is it? So I think this is where I was getting to, but it was all messed up. Like it's because he's got functions calling other functions all day long. So I was replacing all of these with my own style code, but like I didn't understand necessarily all of it. So I could be adding in bugs all over the place. But it's not, like not there yet. So I'm just wrapping his right now. I'll probably always keep a wrapped version of his, but I will probably have my own. But like this kind of thing, rendering font is incredibly complicated, and there's such a diversity that like nobody's thing is going to handle everybody's file type. There's just infinite edge cases and everything else. So. But the only thing you can do is bail out. If it's not working, you just bail out. Yeah. That this string compare to null is the actual string with the with null inside, and I'll show you why. So where is it? I need to get into the shell game thing. So this is assuming you're in a bash program. So we'll go into an example, and let's just say yellow snow. So the commands being sent to the server look like this. This calls a function depending on your backend, and the C server is going to see the string right here, right? It's going to say get shell game FPS. So this basically updates the FPS and whatever it needs to do. Check to see if it needs to close or whatever. It might change that around. This is setting the string FPS, right? So I'm set text string, and this is the ID of the string I want to set, and this is the string. The rest of the string is the string that I'm going to set to that ID of that string. That's how that works. So if we see somewhere else where I'm doing a rectangle, where is it? I want to see somewhere where I'm actually right here. So see this one? I want to draw an image, right? So I have sprites and I have just textures and recs separately, but I also have them compared. I can put them together as a sprite, but this one is just separate image and text. So this command says I'm going to draw an image. So the image is going to be a separate image and rectangles. So for this, I'm going to need a source rectangle, which I say is null, and a destination rectangle, which is this is going to be a destination rectangle ID. And this is going to be an ID of an image. So this null here is the actual string null. So I'm doing a stir compare with null. Yeah. So that command is correct. That this one here, where it was like that's what I'm doing. I'm looking at this token right here, which is part of a string. This is a string. So I'm not looking if this string is null. I'm looking if this is null, like if that's the word. Oh, because this is true. This is true. Like it's annoying that because of the way string compare returns false if it finds it, or it returns 0 or whatever. What is it return? It's inverted. Okay, string compare. So signature, the strings are identical. So if the strings, if these two are the same, it says 0, right? Which sounds like no. 0 is no. So like, it's bash. So hold on, I'll show it in a second. So if this, right, this is just C being annoying, because this if statement is true. If this is this, it's true. So you have to put the bang in front to make it true. It's backwards. And my string view thing is not backwards. So that's why there's no bang on it. It is backwards. That's dumb C stuff. Okay, so what we have here is this is an array of flakes, and this is an index into that array from this for loop right here. This I is an index into that array, and this is just the value of that. So I have an array of 15 flakes, and this is going to go from 0 to, oh, right here is the count of the array. Is that what you're asking about? I believe this is the count of the array. # flakes at. Let's ask the AI. I can't remember exactly, but it's like the bash way to say like the length or something. Let's here. We'll pull it up here on the screen. What was I looking for here? Oh, I typed this in and it automatically pulled up AI, whatever. So I don't know that I didn't even ask for an AI thing. I literally just typed this into Google because I just wanted the what do you call it? The definition or whatever. So let's go with this. Yeah, it returns a total number of elements. So I know there's 15, and I could have just put hard-coded 15, but I don't like to do that because what if I change it and then later it's 14 or something like that, you know? So this is flakes is an array. This is the at is all of the elements, and this is to get the item number. Yeah. And this, you just do this just to get the parameter expansion. So this works, that works in bash and ZSH. So that's why I use that. So that, where is that? Up at the top here, if we go up here, we'll see that I have right here, flakes. And then I, on this reset, I looped through the flakes somewhere. Thought I did. We sure had some loop about flakes. Music, FPS update, screen, keys. I would think it's there, but it's not. Here it is. So I do it just a for loop over that, and I'm just this is just rex, right? New rect image. Yeah. So this new rect image, this is getting a I'm saying I want a rectangle, and I want you to give me a new rectangle, and here's the image. So give me a rectangle with the dimensions of this, image. So I'm sending in the ID of an image, and it's going to give me back as a reply the ID of a rectangle that it put in the buffer, in the rectangle buffer. And then I call that reset with that actual ID. So that's calling that function up here. This reset here. So I end up with an array of 15 rectangles, but they're just destination rectangles. So that I can draw the flakes. Let's go with this. I'm not getting AI auto completion. I'm concerned about this. Why am I not getting auto completion? What? Do I need to be inside shell game? Okay. So this is it running its own little AI neural network in Bash. So it's playing itself. I'm not playing it. That's why it keeps going to the left. It likes going to the left. I don't know how to shut the music off. So I can put FPS on. There's the music. And there's the sound. And then this is fast. Zoom fast. So that's that program running with a little neural network written in Bash. So I can't do these bubble. You see these bubble text? This is just a hack of me stamping the text around in a circle, white, and then center stamping it. And I haven't implemented that. And also that was a really slow way of doing things. So, I don't know if I want to implement it that way. Yeah, so at some point I will implement like a copy of his version, but written in my style. But it may just contain the same bugs as well and the same problems. Who knows? Or more, because I'm pretty sure he's a lot smarter than I am. I don't need that open. Okay, so this is where I was at. What I want to do is, oops, so just This is the original. No, it's not the original. Okay. And I don't have a log for, oh no. Wait. I can do it. I can just use a string view. It's fine. So how do we do this now? It's like that. And then I can just use a string view in there. Is it the other way around? It's dot star. Do you know what the dot star means? Is it like some hidden? And is it do I do the pointer to the string and then the count, or the other way around? Is it like this? It would be like that, right? So this is backwards. It's still complaining. Dot star. First length. Okay. Why you don't like this? Build precision. Oh, okay. It's I'm using a size T, so yeah, cool. So the other one I'm just gonna give it the original string. That's gonna be fine. Original string, and I still have original string there. Fine. That's just the old message. It's probably not great. It's not a valid integer. Let's be more precise. Then that's what it's literally looking at. And yeah, this is fine. Don't need this. Oh, okay. This is ID. What means the ID is freed. Yeah. I'm just checking. So I don't need this for this. It's not an error. Okay, so if ID we're returning true, because that's a valid ID, yeah. If ID is less than 0, which is not the -1, or greater or equal to cap. Okay. So we'll just do this like this one, kind of. And we'll say error not valid ID. Sounds good. That's why I was saying the AI earlier was saying I'm not seeing if it's in the valid ID thing. This function already does that before it ever gets there. It's already going to make sure that you can't just chuck any number into it. Okay, so buffer check ID, and this this one, if it's -1, that's already valid, which means it can't be used anyway, but that's fine. It's a valid thing. This one is making sure we're in range, and then this is verifying. If we're not in range, we don't need to go any further. But if we are in range, we're going to now verify buffer ID. And I need to make sure I know what I called that function because I renamed it. So it's probably this right here. And it's the buffer and the ID. Okay. So it's true or something went wrong. So not valid ID, that looks like the same up here. I don't know if I need to do this because this will do it for me anyway, right? What's the just wondering if buffer already gives me the answer to this question. I don't need. It might not though. Yeah, I'm already checking. Okay, so I don't need that other check because this is already checking it anyway. So I don't need this double here. This guy is redundant. Am I returning badly from this? Oh, no, because I'm returning badly here. So that still work like that. So we make sure it's a number. I've already doing this up here. Oh, no, I'm not doing it there. I'm doing it. I'm getting it here and then, okay. So we got if this is, we're returning true, otherwise we're complaining and leaving. So I could just put a bang on this and then do the negative and then do this as a positive. And do this as the negative. A little bit easier to read. And am I just putting this in there too then? Okay, and then I gotta fix that. Can you control plus click? So like hold control and click. How do I get back? I'm not. I learned just enough NeoVim to use it, and then like nothing else. So yeah. When I'm trying to get to function definitions, I use GD. Is it? How do I get back? Function to jump to their definition. So where was that? So parse. So that does it too. GD does that too, right? Alt back arrow. No, Alt back arrow doesn't do that. Are you sure it's Alt? But doesn't what's the difference between the control click and GD? Oops. Yeah, I'm terrible with like I don't know half the movements. I get really proud of myself when I like select blocks of things and like do a search or something. Okay, so that gets me to, so G plus capital D will get me to the definition in the header, and just GD will take me to the definition. Oh, back arrow. You mean back arrow or like back back okay, let's try that. Control A. I don't know. Yeah, I know just enough to, you know, like to edit and do stuff, but I'm not like Neovim expert at all. Like I don't even know more than like the basics. Well, let's go back over to this again, and then we'll see. We'll go. So we'll do it the way you said. Control click, and then Alt. Yeah, that the Alt arrow doesn't do it. Control A. That also doesn't seem to do anything. What was that? I gotta fix this string. I guess it's just this one here. I'm always putting this. Hmm. Yeah, that's fine. It's good enough. Yeah, I'm using NVChad default bindings. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't changed anything. We could look. Yeah, I haven't changed any bindings as far as I know. Because why change them if I don't know what the bindings do? You know, like I would only change them if I was really good, and then went to a different system and the bindings were different. Then I would, you know. But like if I don't know what they are to begin with, I don't need to change them. Control O. So that went back to where I was. Yeah. What? I think it just goes backwards. How do I go forward then? Seemed to go backwards through what I was looking at. Is there a way to go back forward again then? Not Shift O. Excuse me. Okay. So like if I was here and I went to why did that So why does GD sometimes go to the header and sometimes go to the implementation? That's what I don't like. So GD sometimes will go to the actual source. Sometimes it goes to the header version. Control O. So what about control click? Will that go to the source? No, it goes to the header as well. So if I go, that's pretty cool. So what about G capital D? No, that still goes to the header. Yeah, that's why I don't use those a lot of times, because it's like they work sometimes, they don't work other. I don't really understand, you know, like when, and I can't be bothered to look it up sometimes. Let's see, into S value. So this is to string value. This is because I got to send it back. Yeah. So this is probably going to be close to the same. So let's, what did I call this in the page? Int S value, cool. S value. Yeah. So G and lowercase d takes me to the header file, but sometimes the source. And G capital D seems to do the same. So I don't know what the difference between the little d and the capital D, but they seem to both like do the same thing. Okay, so we don't need a string length. Size T string message. What? S value. Oh, this is whatever my, okay, I know what's going on. Okay, so capital D is declaration. So that's going to go to either the top of a source file or to a header file. But GD goes to definition. So if I go to right here, this log error. Oh, but this doesn't know about the source file because the, yeah. Well, because I'm, oh, I did go to the source file. No. Yeah, I went to the header file. I was trying to get this stupid thing to act right. I don't know. Yeah, GD just takes me to the header. Control O goes back. List. Control I forward. Well, the Control O, Control I are really good because I didn't know that before, and that's like something that I would use quite a lot probably. Oops. So I don't want to be here because I don't care about this. So the S value. So I need the length of the wherever it's at currently. It's fine. If that's still a length, I'm going to add a thing and then bump Sterling. So I'm not checking. To SVal. No, I'm not in college. I have 1C in my project. Yeah. 1C in my project. No, I'm not in college. I'm way too old. I don't even know if they had. I don't think what kind of computers they had. It would have been like Pentium 4, maybe. Because I had a lap. Let's see. I did go to computers for like I went to school for just basic things like maintenance. Well, I had a CompTIA A+ certification. This is like 30 years ago or something. I never used it. I remember the laptop was like Dell. Let's see what it was. Trying to find what it looked like. Yeah, this laptop was like a beast. Where is it? Come on, show it from the side. Show pictures of it. Nope, not good pictures. I had this laptop probably when people would have been in college and stuff like that. It was like this. It was like huge thing. It's like so thick. Right? It had like a DVD burner. There's the battery. It was like 2 inches tall. I had like a Pentium 4 with hyperthreading. So like a single core Pentium 4 with hyperthreading. I used to compile the Linux kernel on that thing. And I used to compile the entire Linux distro on that thing. Like not just the kernel, not just Firefox or Chrome, everything. Just the entire thing. You know, like KDE, GNOME, XFC, just everything. Off this thing right here. Let's see if I have. So this was my I created this desktop environment like a long time ago. What is it? 2008. This was and I did it on that laptop. This laptop right here. I didn't know anything about anything. I didn't know you were not supposed to like make your own Linux distribution. and like compile it yourself and write your own what do you call it? Package manager, you know? Like I didn't know you weren't supposed to do that. I didn't know that like was considered programming or anything. So like I wasn't a programmer or anything. I was just like, this Linux is fun. And then I found Linux from scratch and I was like, this is really fun. What if I just made my own? Doesn't know about library source. All right. Yeah, I'm using Clang D, so yeah. For LSP. It's usually not a big deal though, because like this project I'm showing you here is like the biggest thing ever. Usually my project is contained, but the thing is I was working with that library and then testing out other things that use that library. So I ended up having tons of things in one folder, but I usually am not. I'm usually more tight with just smaller amounts of stuff in it. This is so funny though. It was like, where is it? This was KDE. This was XFCE. Forget, like I had a whole bunch of different ones. I had a one called Mouse. I don't know why it's not listed here. Which was XFC, KD 3.5, Box. Why are they using the same stock photo on all of them? So annoying. And they would like incorrectly list, so the LXD, the backup desktop used, box. Yeah, I didn't know there was an independent Linux, you know, like they're still not independent Linux. Like every Linux distro you think of is either Red Hat or Debian, you know, like Ubuntu is just Debian, right? They're not independent. And then there's Arch, it's not, you know. So this was just like me compiled everything from source, then figured out how to package it, figured out how to do a package manager. And I didn't know anything about programming. So I had it running from like server or like it updated. It would update, tell you if packages were out of date. I had a package management system that was graphical. It was crazy how far you can go with no knowledge of anything and no like education or help or anything. Like it was pretty far. Yeah, Firefox, everything was in there. That a long time ago. That this is the one of them too. It's so old. It's not even aspect ratio. Really. Oh, it's too long ago. That's just stock image. Yeah, so like I thought programming was really hard and you needed to go to school to it and everything else, and I didn't understand. So what ended up happening is I went through I tried Slackware, which is a terrible one. But anyway, I tried that and some other stuff like Mandrake, Mandriva, and all those. And this is before like OpenSUSE and stuff like that. And that was cool, but I was like, well, how do I put things in here? So I was like putting packages from like Red Hat into Slackware, which is like totally crazy. And so that's like the hacky way to do it. So then I figured, like how can I do this? So I'm looking for information. So I found Linux, Linux from scratch, right? Nobody does Linux from scratch. So some people, like, he's done basic Linux from scratch, but I did like all of it. But I didn't just do it. I used it as a learning thing to make my own. So, I went through compiling things several times, Beyond and Advanced and all that. And then from there, I started being like, well, I compile this and I'm going to install it into a specific direction and then package it. So I ended up with my own package names. They were MYAs, and they were tarballs, I think. BZ2 unzip tarballs or some shit like that. And so then I was like writing shell scripts, and I don't know about programming. I don't know how to program, and I don't know what programming is. So I'm writing shell scripts to automate this compilation and getting patches, looking all over the internet when something doesn't work right or something like that, and figuring out how to put patches in. And then doing version control through shell scripts, and then doing being able to pull packages through shell scripts and being able to show those shell scripts as graphical interfaces. So like I went really far with it, and if somebody would have just told me what you're doing is already programming, I would have been like rich right now, because all those jerks made a bunch of money like on what do you call it, doing JavaScript crap. These people with zero educations, not knowing anything, were making a ton of money because just slopifying the internet. And I thought programming was hard, and I could have gone to anyone and been like, oh, you know about Bash, you probably already know how to do JavaScript, because back in 2008, JavaScript was basically Bash. And it's like, and I realized later on, my son started playing around with Scratch, and I was like, well, I wanted to show, like, where could he go past this? And I realized this is not hard at all. Once I got past the barrier of how do I figure something out in C, I was like, oh man, I could just do anything. I could just learn any language I want. I don't need to go to a college for this or something. So I just started learning all of them. And so I spent like a year or two just like learning like 10 or 12 languages. And then I just like, well, I'm just going to play with C for a while because I just want to build things. But like, I played with Linux for a couple of years, and I was just like, I didn't know that people didn't do that themselves. It wasn't until later, till after I was doing it, I was like, wait, there's no independence Linux distros. Mine was the only one. Nobody has done that. Like, I haven't seen anybody do that. And my stuff was all on like live CDs. I had I had different spins of my distro when like, did Ubuntu just start doing that? Like years after I was doing it. And like, I looked down on Ubuntu a lot back then, and I still do. I was just like, that was a crap distro. We were at D&D. Me and my son were at D&D like it's like 6 months ago. I've never met another person like in the real world that programs ever. And so I was doing this Linux stuff in Oxford. Yeah, so I was in Oxford. So if anybody knows anything that what Oxford is supposed to be, it's supposed to be a college place where education happens and scholars and everything like that. It's not. That's not Oxford. You go to Oxford, and like if you go into the biggest library they have that's connected to all the other libraries in the area, you can find like a book on C. And you can't find like a book on Blender or a book like that. That doesn't exist. They just don't have anything. And so I was running the Linux distribution there, and I never met another person that used Linux for like 20 something years. And then, yeah, I never met a person besides like a Chromebook that doesn't count. But and then I started programming more recently, and I never met anybody else that could program either. So I used Linux for a long time and then didn't use it and then used it again. And then started programming. And so my son was using Linux and going wild on it, and he was doing his own thing. And I'm like, okay, but we've never met anybody else. So we moved to Aberdeen. So we're in Scotland, and at D&D, and like two of the people at D&D are computer, what do you call it? Computer CS degrees. And so I was like, oh yeah. And I was talking to the girl. I was like, so what do you do? And she's like, oh, there's like some kind of animation or something. I'm like, okay, cool. What kind of animation? You know, like Blender, like Maya, 3D Studio Max. What is it? Oh, I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, what kind of computer do you have? It's like, it turns on, you know, like the, I'm like, is it a Mac? Is it a Windows? I'm like, this girl is like, I don't know. It's one of those. Like, how are you a computer science you know? And then this other guy was the same thing. He just like knows nothing about nothing. And I'm like, how are these computer science people? They don't even know what a computer is. My son just turned 13, but when we first got here, he was 12, and there was this school. Let me look at the school real quick. It's like some kind of, what is it called? It's like we're the only accredited. What is it? I don't know what it is. I'm just clutching at straws here. What is it? What is it? What's it? Unreal? Unity, probably. What is the name of this stupid place? They're like telling you, they've got to tell you 100 times that they're the only accredited. Is it this one? I don't think it's this. Let me ask my son what it is real quick. He said it's Software Academy. If I could spell, if only. I can't spell at all. Oh my God, it's so bad. Okay. Software Academy. This must be it. Accredited 3D game design. Yeah. So we this is like, you know, kind of a bit sour. So this is like a school, and you can like pay money, and these prices are, yeah, it's 10 times 70. So this is online. And so it's like going to teach you Blender. It's going to teach you Unity. It's going to teach you Unreal or whatever like that, right? So we call them up, and they're going to do a video conference thing. And there's the girls doing the thing for we tried two different ones. One was like one was for Blender and one was for maybe Unreal or something. And we didn't have Unreal, but we definitely have Blender and Godot, not Unity, but Godot. So the person comes on the video stream and he's like, yeah, I know my way around Blender. And he's like, so he goes to show her some projects. And she's like, oh, I don't really know what to show you. And she started showing her projects. And his projects are more advanced than her projects. And he's got a lot more of them than she does. And it's like he knows more about Blender than she does. How is she going to teach him anything? And so the thing is they do this thing in levels. So you need to pay like for like 700 quid for 10 levels, right? But you can do it as fast as you want or whatever. But you're only allowed, what is it? You're only allowed to go to the next level if you paid for all of the previous level or something like that. So like you could do a level in like a month if you wanted, if you just wanted to try the things, but you need to pay for a year. And you can only go to level 2 when you've already done level 1. And this is like clown shoes stuff. It's like I was trying to find something like he can, you know, even if it's easy for him, at least he could play with it and learn a little more, learn some edge cases or something. And it's just like, yeah, but this would cost us a lot of money. Yeah, that's what these all are. But this guy's, they're accredited. And I'm like, who's the accredited? Like, what game studio is hiring and be like, oh, do you have an accredited? No, they don't give a fuck. Like, no, that's not how that rolls. But this is very annoying. So in Oxford, this is a non-starter. There's just nothing in Oxford. The library sometimes would try to do programming, but what they called programming was Scratch, and that was it. They couldn't go above Scratch. And so they're not teaching anything. They're just letting you use the computer. And then they had some like 3D printers. They're always broken. And everybody in the library is not technical person, so they can't do any technical things. And so they don't buy technical books either. They're all like history majors or drama majors that work in the library. So they're buying books about history or drama, not about computers. So Oxford is like, I was there for like over 20 years and never met another computer person or programming person when I was there. But I did meet 2 CS degree people that are in college for computer science now in Aberdeen, but they didn't know anything about computers. And like, if you asked them any question about anything they were doing, they didn't understand anything. They were just like, we do pictures or something. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what's the, like, if you don't know what kind of computer you have, that's crazy. You imagine like a race car driver and you ask them, so what kind of car do you drive? I don't know. It's like one with like 5 wheels or 4 wheels or something. You're like, what? Isn't cars your thing? Don't you know that? Like, that's the, like, imagine if you were working for Nvidia and they were like, what kind of graphics card you got? I don't know. It's like a SGI card or something. I don't know what it is. It's like Sega. I don't know. So it's like that. So I've never met anybody ever in real life that was even like, so I don't even bother talking to people. But my son plays around with, I have a video. I don't know what he's been doing lately. He's been playing, what do you call that? The Silk Song and stuff like that. So, but he plays a lot with, like generating stuff in Blender. Generating, like I don't ever play with Blender because I feel like I would need to learn a whole bunch to get anywhere with it. Like I would have to dive deep into it. Maybe I have here. Remember. Crash into it. That's fine. I should let you
I love this screen. The screen is amazing.
Why is the video not playing?
We were just doing something to show, because anyway, this is a previous game.
So, so my son made this game for a game jam. I don't think people liked it, but I was actually super proud. We show it. I'm trying to make this bigger without, because I can't full screen it because I'm only using the top corner of my screen. So, oh, I can do this. Okay, hold on. So he made like an ASCII game. And it's like, okay, he was like 10 years old or something, and you wrote a game in C using ASCII. I'm like, okay, that's good, because he was like not programming in C. He was programming in like JavaScript or something. He was in some Code Ninja things. They were doing JavaScript or something. I don't know. And he did a little bit of Lua and stuff like that. But like, he ends up doing this like this game. It's all his. I didn't help him with this.
This is just a GIF of it playing.
And it's
this is pretty
it's
amazing.
written in C, and it's like
because you made a game that didn't exist before. You wrote it in the C language using in curses, which I hadn't actually written a game in curses before. And
so I didn't help him on this, and I didn't know how he did this. I think I may have looked up how to load in curses once or twice, but like
keeps moving every time you move. The horde moves towards you.
Yeah, I think the GIF is like trying to lose all the lives for the.
Yeah, we were just doing something to show, because this was for itch.io or something.
Yeah, it was for Game Jam, itch.io Game Jam.
This was in itch.io. This is here's some of his other projects.
But there was this one game. He had this thing, and I hadn't seen it. And I don't think we captured it very well, but he was like secretly working on this project, and I hadn't seen it. And then one day I saw it, and I was like, what is that? And I'm like, we record that now.
Can I turn the volume of the music down, or no? Or does it do that?
So this is like very early. He's using FFmpeg to capture.
In real time?
Let's see. I think we have a later video that's better than that, because the capture was really terrible on this. But I was just like, oh my God, what have you been doing? Like, I don't know any of the, like, he was doing it in Godot and Blender. Here it is. This is a better video of it. And I think he changed the music, because I think the music is copy, protected.
They need, right? Ship it. Add the rest of the game later, like all the other companies do.
So like he just made this.
That's not a problem. It's a feature. Last time we tried to stream it, we got a copyright violation because what was the?
Yeah, you used to.
Not violation, but like they removed the sound or whatever. Because what was it you were using?
Demonetize some superliminal music.
Yeah.
Oh, a superliminal.
I don't really care. It wasn't really monetized or not, but like, yeah, it is kind of annoying. You could probably use some old jazz music or.
So he's got this crazy thing, and all this glitches is meant to be like that. Like it's all meant to be the way it looks.
This thing is taking a long time to slow down.
Wonder why. Wonder why the.
It's a tiny little is a bit. Yeah, it goes through, but it at some point hits.
Will it always be solid?
Probably gonna make it like.
I think he was like this city down here. He was like generating that with algorithms and stuff.
Where like old.
Yeah, we'll watch a video about this later.
Build a ship from like.
Where's the one where he's selecting his ships?
Since the beginning you could.
Oh, here he's got. Yeah, he can switch. Like he wrote all this. This is insane. I was just like, what's my son been doing on this laptop? And I'm like, oh, he just like created this weird space game.
Kind of what do you call that? The cockpit dash kind of or whatever.
And you want to see what he's like, what he was watching to learn how to do this is so crazy. It's like the donut tutorial. I can't spell donut either, apparently. Like he's watching this. How you go from a donut to a spaceship. I was like, what the heck? And the other tutorial was like the RPG. Right? Which is like a 2D like this. Like he watched this and then somehow he ended up with a space game. I was like, what the heck is that? I don't know what he's got lately. I know he does a lot of stuff with like generating things and trying to generate assets and using algorithms and stuff. And I think he was doing some platformer thing because like, you know, like Silk Song, I really like Silk Song. But yeah. But that was just like him on his own doing like his thing like with zero input from anybody. And also that like C thing, you think, oh, I'm writing C and he's writing C. No. He may have asked a question or two, but like he wrote that and that's all his idea. I had no idea what it was. And I think when he put it on itch.io, everybody else is like JavaScript stuff. They don't even know. They're like looking at his thing. They're like, they can't even run it because it's C. They don't know like what it is, how to do it. It's so funny. I was like, okay. But it's really good. I was like, this is amazing because it works. All right, I'm gonna get off. I'm streaming forever, and I don't think anybody even listening or caring, or it doesn't matter. I'll be on another time. Try to finish up that thing so I can start working on other projects. But I did dent some of this before yapping too much. Let's see, I don't need this.
Hello and welcome to the most important and informative Godot 4.
Godot. All right. Thanks for watching. Anybody still watching, and have a good day. Bye.